guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Far-left interest groups and far-left Democrat members wanted a showdown with the president.
The White House has declared a government shutdown after the Senate voted down two competing funding proposals. Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota says blame the Democrats for the shutdown.
The Democrat caucus here in town in the Senate has chosen to shut down the government over a clean, nonpartisan funding bill.
The Democrats' proposal would have funded the government through October 31st. The GOP's would have funded the government through November 21st. The shutdown will furlough tens of thousands of federal employees. Attorney General Pam Bondi pledged a federal crackdown as she sees the nation entering a new era of political violence.
Bondi's warning against extremists targeting federal officers follows a Department of Justice announcement agents will be deployed to ICE facilities nationwide. Bondi wrote in a post on X, there will be zero tolerance for political violence and domestic terrorism. She also warned if protesters so much as touch one of their federal officers, they'll be sent to prison. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
An AI actress is sparking outrage for the ranks of human performers.
Synthetic talent known as Tilly Norwood was created by an actor at an AI studio. The founder of the studio says he thinks Norwood will be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman, and that she is very close to getting a representation deal with an agency. The acting community has called on performers to drop the agency that signs her. Norwood's creator says she is not a replacement for a human being, but rather a creative work, a piece of art. She adds that like many forms of art before her, she sparks conversation, and that in itself demonstrates the power of creativity. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 81 points. The S&P 500 added 27 points, and the Nasdaq rose 68 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The Boeing strike in the St. Louis area appears to be headed into another month as the aerospace giant and union leaders remain far from a deal.
The International Association of Machinists said discussions on Monday did not lead to any progress. Over 3,000 Boeing employees have been on strike since August 4th, with the union stating the company must improve its contract offer. Boeing executives say the union is inflating members' expectations. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Starting tomorrow, people applying for permanent supportive housing in San Diego will be screened for their immigration status.
It would apply to anyone seeking housing support, which includes rental assistance for people with disabilities. The change affects nearly 370 households in San Diego and puts over $7.7 million in federal funding at stake, with existing tenants facing screenings starting in November. The San Diego Housing Commission says it must follow the directive from President Trump's February executive order, which aims to ensure taxpayer-funded benefits don't go to, quote, unqualified aliens. I'm John Fink.
AOL is shutting down the dial-up internet service.
The company, originally known as America Online, announced the end of an era for a technology that once defined the early internet experience. At its peak, AOL had 10 million customers. However, as technology advanced, most users transitioned to faster broadband connections, shrinking current usage down to under 165,000 households. The company's decision will also discontinue the AOL dialer software. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. Here we go. It's showtime. Who's ready for a brand new day? Better yet, who's ready for a brand new month? How about that? As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, here is October 1. Wow. And it's Hump Day to boot. Welcome in. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A clear fall night outside the secret bunker. Hanging in there at 70 degrees at the midnight hour. We'll take that. And let's roll. All right, got some late night baseball on the West Coast. It is the final game here, day number 1 of Wild Card Major League Baseball action continues. Hasn't been the best of nights for those Cincinnati Reds. Bottom of the 8th, Dodgers up 10-5. With bases loaded, there are 2 outs. Reds were trying to make a late game comeback. They had the bases loaded with 1 out. In the top of the 8th, only able to muster 1 run. So, yeah, got a long way to go. Meanwhile, Detroit over Cleveland in game 1 there. 2-1 the final score. Chicago over San Diego. The final was 3-1. Then it was Boston over those Yankees. Final score 3-1. All right. It's October. And that's when everybody technically wants to still be playing baseball. But all right, good luck to your team. Taking a look around the country. All right, Eastern Seaboard has been the focal point for much of this week. Yeah, folks in the southeastern USA, you can thank your lucky stars. You truly dodged a bullet. You can thank Hurricane Umberto and a high pressure over the northeast. Thanked. Imelda's going to be making that right-hand turn out to sea as we head into midweek. But we do have 2 hurricanes, technically, and the high will combine forces to bring some rather long-lasting rough surf, rip currents, coastal flooding. As expected, Imelda strengthened into a hurricane on Tuesday morning east of Florida. That high pressure, though, building over the northeast is going to block Imelda's northward path. Instead of the storm tracking inland over the southeast as originally feared, Umberto tracking northwest of Bermuda. It's going to give Imelda that tug and steer it away from the U.S. eastern seaboard here at midweek. Going back to Monday, tropical storm Imelda had sustained winds of 60 miles per hour. As of mid-afternoon Tuesday, sustained winds had increased to 85, making it a solid Category 1 hurricane. This is a case where the rare Fujiwara effect will be steering Imelda away from the U.S. For a time, Umberto and Imelda will be less than 500 miles apart, but that's close enough for interaction between the two. Instead of either Imelda or Umberto being drawn toward the U.S. coast, it's going to be steered away as Umberto curves off to the northeast. I mean, when I say you can thank your lucky stars, if Imelda had tracked into and stalled over the Carolinas and portions of Georgia, it would have been a worst-case scenario. We would have been talking feet of rain. It would have contributed to major flooding on the river systems in the Midlands and the Low Country, major coastal flooding from a landfalling hurricane. The flooding would likely have been on par with Hurricane Matthew and the more distant Hurricane Nicole back in 2016. That was a serious, viable option for a period of time late last week. So thank goodness for that. Looks like the worst. Yeah, the worst is technically over. I'm not seeing any additional rain falling along the East Coast, but the rough surf has indeed really been pounding the coastal areas, especially the likes of the Outer Banks there in North Carolina. High waves from the double hurricanes this past day, washing at least 5 additional vacation homes into the ocean near Buxton, North Carolina, according to 13 News Now. The Cape Hatteras National Seashore confirming the news on their website, saying all 5 of these homes collapsed between 2 o'clock and 2:45 this past afternoon. I'm assuming, obviously, that must have been during high tide. That means now 17 homes on Hatteras Island had fallen into the ocean since 2020. The last time a home crumbled into the ocean on the Outer Banks was actually just 2 weeks ago on the 17th of September. Of course, the Outer Banks had that thin line of islands representing the easternmost part of the state, typically hit by multiple nor'easters and hurricanes on any given year. Why people continue to build homes in those areas, I don't really understand, but oceanfront homes collapsing into the sea, inundating Highway 12 that runs along the islands there. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll check out west. What do we have going on? The flow of moisture that's brought some drenching thunderstorms in the southwestern USA is beginning to wind down, coming to an end as a storm pushing onshore in the northwest will break that pattern here over the coming days, according to AccuWeather. Into the new week, we'll see a significant downturn in the amount of showers and thunderstorms over the interior southwest. They've had their fair share of flooding already in the last several weeks. So again, more on that coming up here. Well, what do you say? We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Shut them down, boys. It's officially underway. The government shutdown is beginning as we speak. Now, the Department of Transportation tells us more than 11,000 employees at the Federal Aviation Administration will now be furloughed with the lack of funding as of the midnight hour. What does that mean for air travel? Well, U.S. Airlines warning that this partial government shutdown is going to strain aviation. You're going to see slow fights. Air traffic controllers, security officers would be forced to work without pay, and some other functions will be halted here. Transportation Department said the FAA will continue to hire air traffic controllers, and field training of controllers will continue. During prior government shutdowns, the FAA actually suspended hiring and most training of air traffic controllers, but we are in dire need of those individuals right now. Some 13,000 plus current controllers are going to be required to continue working. They will go unpaid until the shutdown ends. They will get all their back pay at that point in time. The questions, will this be a very short shutdown, a day or two? Might it extend for an extended period of time? Those are questions we're not sure. The FAA has about 45,000 employees in total. The Transportation Department will be furloughing about 12,000 out of 53,700 employees. The FAA also said certification activities will continue for operational safety functions when it comes to aircraft and engines. Commercial space launch oversight and licensing will continue. What else might be impacted? NASA had been bracing for the possibility of this shutdown. This would force NASA to scale back most of their activities, sending the majority of that workforce home without pay for the time being. Only a small number of essential personnel will remain tasked with protecting mission-critical assets like spacecraft in orbit, astronauts aboard the International Space Station, and other safety operations. Most of the research and development is going to come to a halt for a time being. Their contingency plan that was outlined in the shutdown from 2018 emphasizes only activities which are necessary to prevent harm to life or property are exempt from being affected. So without a funding bill, the end of the fiscal year is upon us. Agency offices will close. Labs will go quiet. Most NASA employees will find themselves facing a furlough. The appropriations process is ongoing. All essential and safety-critical NASA activities remain operational, according to officials in an email this past day. In addition to keep the International Space Station operational and monitoring satellites, providing things like weather and climate data, the agency can also request exceptions for other activities that might be deemed as critical. Perhaps NASA's most notable upcoming mission, Artemis II, to fly a crew of astronauts around the moon. The recent mission briefing revealed that they could launch as soon as February 5, but any delay in preparations could easily push that target date closer to the end of the launch window, which would be coming up next April. NASA's acting deputy administrator said the agency expects to win such exemptions during this furlough for the Artemis II mission. Just a few things that are going on. Now, there will be another vote. The Senate will be voting today, Wednesday, on legislation to reopen the federal government, according to Senator Thune, who expressed some optimism that additional Democrat support may break this funding impasse. We picked up apparently 3 Democrat votes this past evening when we voted on this. He added that Republicans hope to secure more votes for that next round today. Eventually, he said, we'll get enough to pass this thing in the Senate and keep the government open. Now, he blames the ongoing shutdown on the Democrat leadership, accusing Chuck Schumer of kind of catering to the progressive lawmakers. This is all unnecessary. It's being done to satisfy the left political base and Schumer's fear. He's running scared every day from the likes of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who might primary Schumer in the 2028 election. All right, the pressure mounts on lawmakers to end this budget stalemate, which has halted key federal operations. Could see some extended disruptions. Where do we go from here? So there you go. The big news of the day. Shut them down. It's 844-844-3388. Underway. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, hello to Santa Claus, where it's Tuesday evening, where he is. Sacramento, California. 69 degrees. He said, just coming off my 67th birthday yesterday. Well, happy belated birthday, Santa Claus. We got a new RV. We spent last week in Santa Cruz, California. Next week, we're going to be headed up to Portland, Oregon. All right, good to hear from you, Santa Claus. Thanks for checking in. Hello to Roy, Northwest Illinois, who says, hey, hey, hey. Wasn't that a Fat Albert thing? Uncle Chops, good morning, Steve, the overnight crew, all the listeners. Michael on board, what's up, people? It's Rocktober. Indeed it is. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe. 63 degrees, Platteville, New York, headed to Schenectady, New York again tonight. All right, had my meeting with SS today. I got signed up to start collecting next February. Does that mean I'm getting old? Yeah, see if I can make it 3.5 more years. All right. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Got the Big Tipper loaded, headed to Wichita with 66 degrees, clear skies. Everybody have a good morning. Wesley says, hey, did anybody notice if the government's closed? I didn't think so. Let's see. Shorty. What's going on? He said no runs until the 14th. All right, got a couple of doctor visits. Friday, we'll start Panama City beach time. All I need is a 7-foot by 3-foot spot from my lounge chair. Flip me over every 30 minutes for 10 days. All right, so I guess that's a kind of an extended vacation, 2 weeks off the road. Enjoy that, Shorty. James, the government is now officially shut down. Thank you to the Democrats demanding free health care for illegals. Not going to get their way. All right. Let's see. Jerry, good morning to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Watching the Indianapolis Fever women in basketball get beat by themselves, in my opinion. Make sure, you love them because you may not get another chance. I'll be leaving at 9 a.m., headed for Charlotte, so Leland can race in the quarter midgets. Hope you have a safe trip down there. Good luck to young Leland. Jeff checks in. Jeffrey there in southern Florida. Hello to the overnight family. Buckeye boy, where are we at tonight? Scottsdale, Arizona. It's a toasty 84 degrees. All right, Democrats have shut down the government because they're being held hostage by the radical left. I do have a lot of respect for John Fetterman, who's nobody's fool and doesn't cater to his party's masters. Made it to the hotel, which is about 16 miles from my delivery, which I'll do at 4 o'clock local time. Then we'll be hanging out till Sunday to reload and head for Marana, Arizona, just outside of Tucson. Hotel less than 2 miles from a golf course that I've played before, so I just hope it's not too hot. We were in the mid-90s for high temperatures this past afternoon. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. All right, enjoy that. Nothing like being able to get in some recreational time when you're actually working out there. Daniel, where are we checking in from? Good morning from over by Spokane, Washington, 58 degrees. You know, with the government shutdown, all the essential services will still be funded. What makes you think if it's not essential and it's not getting funded, why should they come back to work? Wouldn't that save the American taxpayers trillions of dollars if they were just told not to come back? I don't know how much is not going to get done, how much work will be backlogged as long as the furloughs continue. John Ferguson, howdy everyone. Shutting down in Walcott. Got a cloudy, cozy night. Good night for sleeping. All right, stay prayed up, folks, and remember, God is in control. Great to have you with us as we roll into a brand new day. All right, hey, Mike, what day is it? All right, it is official. Dodgers over the Reds. Final score of 10-5. All right. Got to keep in mind, these wild card series are best out of 3. Reds would have to win 2 in a row. Dodgers, of course, 1 win away from moving on in the National League. All right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House has declared a government shutdown after the Senate voted down 2 competing funding proposals. Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota says blame the Democrats for the shutdown.
The Democrat caucus has chosen to shut down the government over a clean, nonpartisan funding bill.
The Democrats' proposal would have funded the government through October 31st. The GOP's would have funded the government through November 21st. Attorney General Pam Bondi pledged a federal crackdown as she sees the nation entering a new era of political violence.
Bondi's warning against extremists targeting federal officers follows a Department of Justice announcement. Agents will be deployed to ICE facilities nationwide. Bondi wrote in a post on X, there will be zero tolerance for political violence and domestic terrorism. She also warned if protesters so much as touch one of the federal officers, they'll be sent to prison. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano final lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Good to have you on board. Yes, indeed. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. And I do believe the Grump had some comments about what was this big powwow about? Quantico this past day, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, according to reports announcing another policy shakeup in the department to uproot any remaining woke policies that have plagued the military. As hundreds of generals and admirals had gathered in Quantico, Virginia, calling out policies, any sort of policy that promotes gender diversity rather than military strength and merit. This job is life or death. Standards must be met. According to Hegseth, this administration's done a great deal from day one to remove all these social justice, politically correct, toxic ideology garbage that has infected the department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months in the military, no more DEI offices, dudes in dresses, no more climate change worship, no more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris, he says. As I've said before and will say again, we're done with this shish kebab. Moving forward, every combat requirement will be enforced to the highest male standard to ensure the American military performs at the highest level. Now, some of these requirements include a height and weight requirement, biannual physical tests, rigorous combat training. Each service will ensure every requirement for every combat military occupational specialty, for every designated combat arms position, returns to the highest male standard only, because this job is life or death. Frankly, it's tiring to look out at combat formations, or really any formation, and see fat troops. Yeah, likewise, it's completely unacceptable to see fat generals and admirals in the halls of the Pentagon and leading commands around the country and the world, it's a bad look. It's not who we are. These heightened standards quickly raising questions about women serving in the military. Hegseth maintained the standards would be enforced across the board regardless of the gap in biological capabilities between men and women. If women can make it, excellent. If not, it is what it is. It will also mean that weak men will not qualify because we're not playing games. This is combat. This is life and death. That's pretty much what it was all about. What do you say, Grump? Good morning.
Good morning. I pretty much called that one, didn't I? I thought it was just going to be a massive ass chewing and a get on board kind of speech and things like that. And I also thought it was going to be, about threat assessments and new procedures, war making capabilities that we have. And just listening to some of the talking heads that were, standing around out there, that's pretty much what they said also is after today, they were meeting with some of the, the generals and command staff and different theaters and talking about just that. Saw one picture of Tulsi Gabbard she was kind of in the background, and that's the only reason why the NSA would be there, would be talk about it, threat assessments and chatter in the areas and what they're picking up. Same way with the CIA. There was a couple of, podcasts that I was looking at said that, they're hearing some of the stuff too, that some of the CIA guys were there to talk about some of the, things that's going on in the air, like, Putin and that bunch of dumbasses, and then what's going on in China as far as building some of those reef bases, as they're calling them, or whatever. But that's pretty much the extent of it, and it was really something that was overdue. I know when I was in, we had the Fat Boy program. If you failed off it, you got booted out. That's just, we had a lot of people on it, that would, just couldn't control their weights, and they get bad marks on performance ratings and things like that just for being a little bit overweight, and they enforced those standards back then. And since I retired, they went pretty laxed with them. I know they got into that. We don't want to insult anybody. Well, I'm sorry, when I was in, I wanted people next to me, by God, that could stand the heat, number one, in the Gulf, and that could put that 120-pound pack on and do our jobs, and that was pretty much the extent of it. I listened to it, on the news and everything that they were talking about and stuff. So I do, like I told you, it's out, and a couple of weeks ago when this first started up, or a week or so ago, I said, I bet, you're going to see some firings or some resignations or something. Well, there's quite a few that are putting in their resignations right now, and that's good. That's good. They don't want to get on board with the standards and everything that is expected of the military. They're not out there weaving, doing basket weaving and crap like that. My God, when war's forever. I mean, when you step on that battlefield or you're in that theater, when Scud missiles are flying over you, things like that, you can't have a bunch of idiots that, cross-dressing, transgender, people that, in my view, Steve, is mentally unstable to begin with. Any man that thinks he's a woman, I don't want to be around. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Gender identity crap, it needs to come to a stop. And, but, what they do in their off time, I don't care. But when they're in uniform, that goes way back to Bill Clinton's days of don't ask, don't tell, back in those days. Right. When the gays and stuff was out and about. But anyway, the government shut down. That's a good thing. We're going to see exactly, what the essential part of it is. We've been through this before, it would suit me if they're talking about some that are furloughed. They're not letting them come back. If they can get along without them, then they don't need them back on the, back in the offices and stuff. They had a hell of a time getting most of them back in the office anyway because of the Biden rules and, this work from home crap, and people were, raising hell. Are you going to pay for my babysitting now? If I got to come back in the office because I got kids. How in the hell can people work job efficiently and watch their kids to begin with? When they're it goes home. They're at home sometimes and I can always tell it when I'm talking to one of them on the phone because he's distracted or slightly distracted. I don't want to say he's fully distracted, but that's the first thing out of my mouth is, "You're at home, aren't you?" "Yeah, how'd you know?" "Yeah, well, listen to me and not what's going on around you then." And I just there is areas where people can work at home and do an efficient job, and that's fantastic. But there are people like some of the government employees. I delivered these racks one time out to the post office and to the mail distribution center in Los Angeles. This place is massive, Steve. It is humongous. And a guy was telling me that people will give their ID card to a friend and give them $50 to scan it in when they go into work and scan it out when they get there. And they're never missed. These people are, they go for a month at a time without showing up for work. But their ID card says they're there.
Wow.
Because they're paying somebody $50 to do that.
And nobody noticed.
And nobody knew it. And I said, "How many people does that, you think, on a basis?" He said, "Probably anywhere from 800 to 1,000 a day." Now, this facility, has like 7,000 people works there or something, according to what I'm hearing. But I don't know. I know it was huge. It was extremely large, and the security procedures and everything that you go through, and then you get this mass conglomerate of people that are trying to get through the turnstiles and stuff, and they're just scanning their badges as they go. Well, hell, who in the hell's going to know it? Whether people are skipping out or not. So, and then when they get caught, they get fired, and that kind of thing. And then the union gets them right back in, gets their job back with all their back pay and everything else. And so I tell you, man, stuff like that just really upsets me. It's we're expected to do our job out here on the highway. I am. I don't know about everybody else, but it just, you're expected to do your job. What would happen if you didn't do your job? You wouldn't be there long.
Right.
And
I can't give somebody $50 to check me in, right? Where's the chair's empty? He ain't there.
Yeah, or get a silhouette and set the chair there.
Right.
So why ain't Steve moving? Hell, that'd be half of them be listening anyway. Going, I don't know. He looks like he's frozen there or something. But no, it's a damn shame that that's what our government's made up of. Is these charlatans that wants a paycheck, but they don't want to do a damn thing to get it. And it's not just that. It's just there's so much involved in things today. I stopped at a truck stop and they had 5 self-checkout, cashier things there, cash register things there, scan your stuff. And I walked down to the end and I put my stuff up where a regular cash register was. The kid was standing over with his arms folded up, folded, and he kind of looked at me. He said, "You can use the self-checkout." And I said, "Or you can trot your young ass over here and ring this crap up." And so he comes over there, meanders over there and stuff, and he said, "Dude, that's what they're there for." And I said, "You dude me again, and we're going to have a problem." I said, that's something I don't like being called, number one, 65 years old. Don't dude me. Some little punk like that, it's 20 years old, And I said, "You dude me one more time, buddy, and we're going to have a problem." And so then the boss comes out, and he's like, "Is there something going on?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You act like Junior here, don't want to ring us up or anything else." He said, "Well, we put these things up for your convenience." I said, "Bull, you put them up there for your damn convenience. Not mine, but for yours, because you either pay too damn cheap or you can't keep people their attention span long enough to keep them in the damn job." I said, "So don't give me that crap that it's my fault that these are here or for my convenience. That's complete crap." He's like, "Okay, you got your opinion, going on." And I said, by the way, as many times as I've used one of these things and swiped swiped stuff through the scanner and every damn thing else and had my ticket printed out, I don't ever remember seeing a discount at the bottom for doing your job. I said, I've never seen that. You know, and he's like, well, you know, hey, it is what it is, I guess. I said, yeah, I guess. So, you know, I really hate self-checkout places like that. I mean, it's you know, it's just nothing more than moving in that direction where, you know, the customer, you know, there's nobody there to argue with, there's nobody there to complain to because everything is automated. You know what I'm saying? And it's just getting to that point. Same way with a kiosk in a food restaurant or anything else. You know, here's your kiosk, order it. Why? Because you got a waitress or a waiter that can't remember, you know, what the hell I told him I wanted, and you know, by the time he gets to the kitchen, he or she's on their way back to ask me again. I don't know, man. We're moving in that direction, and you know, government is getting more automated also, and as that happens, they need less. You know, I had that procedure. You know, I have that, you know, tumor on my kidney. I had two of them. I had one froze off last year, and they're looking at the other one, and both of them are malignant tumors. And you know, one they did it robotically, and I was kind of nervous about it until, like, you know, he had set me down. I watched a video how they put that in there, and it just, you know, he said it's just so precise and everything that they do now. You know how they touch those tumors and freeze them and everything, and then they just die off. You know, so they come back, you know, after a few years, which, you know, it's still better than losing a kidney. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
And you know, the recovery time and things like that, and I mean, I was up. I had some, you know, they make 5 small incisions in you. You know, I was up, you know, not long after, you know, the procedure and everything, and woke me up. And I felt good, so I, you know, got up and had a little, you know, stomach was a little sore. And I'm not somebody that can just lay around. You know, I got to be doing something all the time. And when I got home, I was working on guitars and stuff like that. But, you know, years ago, that would never have happened. So there is room for AI in so many of our places, you know, in certain areas and stuff like that. You know, years ago, they would have had to just go in and take my kidney, and which they still may. You know, I don't know. I'll know in January what they're going to do, because I got this other tumor on my kidney, and it's bigger than the other one. So we'll see. But you know what's going to happen. But it's the same thing. You know, I mean, it's you know, years ago they would have just, nothing was done laparoscopically or robotically, you know, and it just, you know, they just cut you open, and hell, you'd had a, you know, 4 or 5 month, you know, period there where you was recovering. So I don't know, man, whether, you know, it's good in certain areas and military and things like that, but my God, when you're going in a store, have somebody there. I mean, you know, they'll put in a half a dozen damn of these self-checkout registers, hire 4 people to stand there and watch them. Why can't they go ring your crap up? You know, it makes absolutely no sense to me. They got just people standing around. They say, well, they can do other jobs. You know, they can be cleaning restrooms. So then hire somebody to clean the damn restrooms. I don't want somebody coming out of the bathroom that just washed the toilet, grabbing a hold of food products that I got put up on the damn table and scanning them.
Yep.
You know, it makes no sense to me, but I think our priorities are misplaced in so many areas, and then other areas, I think it's right on cue, and maybe in the medical breakthroughs and things like that, it'll be a lot better. But anyway, I just want to talk about that military stuff a little bit tonight, and a couple other things. But you know, I kind of figured, you know, that it was just going to be a big speech and a massive ass chewing, since they've never all been together like that.
Yeah, no discussion about the end of the world as we know it, or some sort of an alien invasion approaching. None of that.
No, I think all they discussed on the end of anything was the end of some of them's careers that didn't want to, you know, get on board with this, and you know, and I still, you know, they're still doing an update, I believe, on a lot of the threat assessments, and that's pretty much typical, you know, to have it there, you know, have everybody in the same room and talk about what's going on with China. And I think the hypersonic weapons that so many China and Russia's developing right now is something that's on, you know, everybody's mind, you know, because there's really not a hell of a lot to do, you know, that you could stop one of those. China launched one last year that went around the damn world and hit right back where it started. And that's a scary thought, you know, what they can do with one of those, and how would you be able to counter that? And but we're having some things, in the works right now, and some stuff out at Skunk Works that are actually, doing just that. And it would not be, they leave the atmosphere when they do that. They come back, it's not like they just, up there 33,000 feet like in a glide path and go around the world and hit where it is, or where it started. But yeah, there's a lot of scary stuff there that I think that they talked about. But I think pretty much the biggest part of it was the weight standards, the morale, and everything that's happened. It's come back up a lot. Just listening to a lot of the troops, they're talking about this is the shot in the arm that they needed to get back on track with things, to start back in war making capabilities and stuff. I went through a lot of schools, man, in my career. And when I was in the security forces, we went back in 1981. I got invited, I volunteered for it, but we went. They did 3 classes at Fort Benning, and I was in one of those classes where we actually went through the Ranger School, 58 days of the Ranger School, and that was one of the most. Oh God, I never want to do that crap again, buddy. And but it's something. I mean, in 58 days, you may sleep a total of 6 hours in that whole time. You're grabbing 45 minutes here and 20 minutes there and stuff, and you're in the swamps. You're doing shooting exercises, mapping, everything. You're just out doing it all, and it is so physically demanding. And if there's a female that can do that, and I know they've upped them standards a lot since then, and but if there's a female that can do that, hey, more power to you, girl. You knock yourself out. But I don't think there's many that could do that. And like I said, I was 20 years old when that happened. I never want to do it again.
And there's a whole lot of young men that can't do it. I mean, the failure rate, the dropout, the failure rate is pretty high, if I understand correct.
Yeah, it's about 90%. And when we had 18 Air Force per class that went through that, and they brought them in from all over, and went in with the regular Army that was going through, the regular Ranger training, and but we had 18 per class, and I think in the whole thing we had 9 that dropped out that just couldn't do it, and that was between snake bites and broken bones and things like that, because you're in the swamp and you do a lot. I don't know if you've ever been to Benning, but that's a mess, when you're going through that kind of stuff. But it was interesting. It really was, and I was able to get a lot of good jobs out of the Air Force, in going in different places and stuff, and and getting on some good teams and stuff that make rank really fast, and so that helped me in a lot of areas. But like I said, I wouldn't do it again for love nor money. I was so damn glad on graduation day, and it's just it's just a big sigh of relief when you make it that far, and you get that patch. And we never were able to wear it unless we were, in a theater or something like that where we were actually, deployed somewhere. Then you could put your Ranger stuff on. But it was. I don't know if they still do that or not. I'd have to check with some of my old Air Force guys to see if they're still doing that. But it was, like I said, they started that up and tried to do the weapon standards. We did heavy weapons school, at Camp Willis, Texas, and just back then we had choppers and doing chopper security for convoys, and there was just so much involved in it. I don't know what they do now, but we had door gunner stuff on the choppers. Now that was a bad day. You didn't want to drink the night before you went up on qualification on that. I guarantee you that it was that was a ride in a chopper you don't want. And during when I was in Iraq, we get on some of the Blackhawks and stuff, and that was the first damn thing them pilots would do is try to make you sick, and stuff. But at that point I could go to sleep.
Right.
I could doze off to sleep on them, doors open and stuff. But yeah, it was quite the experience. But anyway, yeah, I'm sure Stephen can tell you a little bit about stuff like that. He was, he was in. I think he was in was he infantry? Wasn't he?
He was in a striker unit. He was in the striker on.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
On the ground most of the time. I don't know if I haven't even asked. I don't know if he ever went up in choppers to get from point A to point B. Yeah, but the striker unit. Yeah, and he did talk about being the gunner. Yeah. Exposing yourself through the top at the 50 cal weapon, and You got to experience that. You're kind of like a sitting duck. All right, Grub, good to hear from you. Thanks for a little stroll down memory lane there. We did touch last evening on Oklahoma. And Governor Stitt of Oklahoma unveiled a shocking revelation during last week's ICE enforcement action where they discovered a commercial driver's license belonging to an illegal truck driver, an illegal alien, that is. Yeah, this CDL was so outrageous that it didn't even have a name, just the words, "no name given" on this. Can you believe that? Handing out a CDL, and this was issued on April 14th of this year. Set to expire in May of 2028. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
There are going to be millions of American families in the next week in October sitting down and saying, how are we going to pay these damn bills?
The White House has declared a government shutdown after the Senate voted down two competing funding proposals.
On this vote, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 45. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
The Democrats' proposal would have funded the government through October 31st. The GOP's would have funded the government through November 21st. The shutdown will furlough tens of thousands of federal employees. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is slamming an AI-generated video posted by President Trump.
Jeffries called the video depicting him in a sombrero and fellow New Yorker and Senator Chuck Schumer speaking in a fake voice racist and disgusting.
Don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face.
Jeffries spoke with dozens of Democratic lawmakers behind him, accusing Republicans of being on vacation as a government shutdown looms. Meantime, Vice President J.D. Vance has blamed the lack of a deal on Democrats, saying they won't do the right thing. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The man accused of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk was in court yesterday.
Tyler Robinson appeared at a virtual hearing in Provo where the judge addressed the defense and prosecutors.
Let me be clear. I will not put my finger on the scale of justice. These proceedings will be open to the public, conducted in accordance with the law, and handled with diligence and competence to ensure that justice is never compromised.
A preliminary hearing's to be held where the judge decides whether there's enough evidence against Robinson to move ahead with a trial. Prosecution has already said it will seek the death penalty against the 22-year-old. The next hearing set for October 30th, where Robinson's expected to appear in person. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Washington State University researchers are working on a way to make alcohol withdrawal symptoms less of a problem.
Washington State University researchers focused on the part of the brain called the cerebellum. They were able to affect the physical and emotional stress of withdrawal that often cause people to resume drinking. They used a synthetic material developed in Austria called Compound 6 that targets a receptor in the cerebellum. More research is needed before clinical trials can happen. I'm Brad Ford.
President Trump says he's going to slap a 100% tariff on films produced outside the U.S.
Doug Steiner, chairman of Brooklyn-based Steiner Studios, supports the president's movie tariff proposal.
It's crazy to export being the content creator for the world and lose that position and train other people to take our jobs.
In a Truth Social post Monday, President Trump said, quote, "Our movie-making business has been stolen from the United States of America by other countries, just like stealing candy from a baby." He went on to say that California has been particularly hit hard, and he criticized Governor Gavin Newsom as weak and incompetent. Liz Warner, New York.
Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin told students last week that they are the next Charlie Kirk as the conservative leader's widow, Erica, steps into his role. At 36, she now leads Turning Point USA, inheriting its $85 million movement. Her forgiveness of her husband's killer stunned the nation, and with Trump's public embrace, some see her as a rising star, even a possible future president. Erica Kirk is being recognized as turning grief into a powerful new chapter. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? Here comes the hump day. Midweek coming on. First day of October. Here it is. Good golly, won't be long. We'll be talking about the holiday season. The blink of an eye, Halloween will be here, then here it comes. Great to have you with us around the country. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Traveler's weather, taking a look out west. What had been a very rainy pattern, with flooding, is going to be a change. The pattern coming up this week is going to represent a pretty typical October setup, with a storm bringing some needed rain and some gusty winds to the Pacific Northwest. Now, we may see some rain extend as far to the south as the coastal areas of Central California and parts of the Sierra Nevada. Now, the most recent surge of tropical moisture from Mexico led to the most single-day rain of the year in Phoenix. During most of the summer, the big downpours had actually avoided the Arizona desert metropolis. During the nearly 4-month period, June 1 to September 25, just 1.36 inches of rain fell, scattered over many days. Well, the rain came with a vengeance, depositing 1.64 inches for the calendar day and 1.85 inches September 26th and 27th. Phoenix had its 19th driest summer on record, with less than an inch of rain, but then they saw their 5th wettest September on record, with more than 2.25 inches. All right, during the late spring, early summer, a change in wind direction from the west to the south, known as the North American monsoon. That seasonal shift in wind direction, similar to the monsoon in India and Southeast Asia, directs more humid air and tropical moisture over the southwestern states, and that produces a big-time uptick in thunderstorms. When the winds shift back to the west, that signals the arrival of colder season storms that take hold over this part of North America. This process began weeks earlier, further to the north in Canada, but for the southwest, the pattern change this time of year is typically a dry one and can bring some pretty substantial warmth. Much of the southwest will have an extended period of sunshine, higher temperatures, increased fire danger as we head into early October, where the winds strengthen. Sparks could ignite rapidly spreading wildfires where the brush and the forest are dry. The atmosphere may continue to produce some back and forth annex, as it often does during the fall. It's possible a return of tropical moisture and maybe some downpours may occur during the second week here in the month of October. It is day number 1, though. Jerry checks in from Central Alabama, Imelda, at 85 miles per hour. Yes, a solid Category 1 hurricane, but now she is headed out to sea. All right, 69 here, Central Alabama, my favorite show and host. Thank you, Steve. Well, thank you, Jerry. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. What do we got? 60 degrees, Fremont, Nebraska tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck in the washout day at Mid-America Truck Wash, getting the animal fertilizer washed out so we'll have a clean area to deposit more. It's a never-ending cycle. Now, they get fed, I load them, they crap, and we repeat the cycle. In a few hours, we will load some of that top-quality Parks livestock for a high-speed trip to points to be determined. And a special shout-out to the one and only Grump from Dodge County, Nebraska. Hello to that's a unique handle, the Crouton of Love. Happy October, Steve. And little update, I had not seen this. He said that psycho in Michigan that attacked the church Sunday, He said he lived for a time in Park City, Utah, where he had met a lady of the Mormon faith. They had a child. The relationship didn't survive. He then moved back to his home state of Michigan. It appears he seemed to nurse the grievance against her, the church, or her faith. That's kind of the fuller background of that story. He had some issues and ultimately took it out on innocent people there. So that does kind of paint the picture. What was his beef with the Latter-day Saints? All right, thanks for the update there. Said it had nothing to do with any politics, but the usual political bigots from a certain ideology always want to find some evidence that he was some sort of a MAGA supporter. He had problems, like so many of these individuals do. Little screws loose upstairs, right? Oh, hello to the ice cream man. Check it in from Dallas, Texas tonight. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy, late to the party. Duty called. Last I heard, Reds were down 10-5. Pappy was the final score. Reds lose. I need to stay out of the sports prediction business. Okay. Stay safe and watch your six, everybody. There you go. Yeah, they were trying to mount a late game comeback there, Pappy. It was, where were they? Top of the 8th inning with bases loaded and one out. An opportunity to maybe a grand slam would have brought them back within one run. But nope. They only mustered one run. So the final 10-5. I guess they'll try again tonight. It's win or go home, a.k.a. season over if they do not. All right, that goes the same for all the other wild card games that were played this past day. Meanwhile, all right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's move to some of the industry headlines here. Ford, General Motors, introducing some new programs trying to extend the use of the $7,500 U.S. tax credit on electric vehicle leases beyond the expiration date of those subsidies. Electric vehicle companies, including Tesla, have been desperate to secure car sales before the expiration of that tax credit, demonstrating the importance to the electric vehicle buying decision. Reuters reports in a bid to mitigate the impact of those expiring federal tax credits on electric vehicle leases, some of the automotive giants, Ford and General Motors, launching desperate attempts to effectively extend the subsidies use. The program's financing arms initiated the purchase in recent days. They rolled out the dealers, involved the automakers' financers' arms, initiating the purchase of electric vehicles from dealers' inventory by making down payments on them. Under these schemes, they explained, the down payments made by the lending arms would qualify them for the $7,500 tax credit on the vehicles. Dealers were then offered the leases on those cars to retail customers, as usual, for several more months, with that $7,500 subsidy factored into the lease rate. That move is expected to maybe soften the blow of the disappearing tax credits. That's been in place for 15 years, trying to encourage people to purchase electric vehicles. This stems back to the big, beautiful bill in September. President Trump's bill, the cutoff for the subsidy, which has been leading to predictions of a big-time drop in electric vehicle sales and leases. Dealers, auto executives, analysts anticipating a plummet in demand as soon as these subsidies end. After a recent rush on electric vehicles, buyers looking to beat that deadline. Breitbart News previously reported on electric vehicle makers kind of panicking over the loss of that massive incentive to buy such vehicles. In response to the looming deadline, Tesla, Ford, trying to take some proactive measures to capitalize on that last-minute surge in demand. Tesla's website prominently features a banner warning potential buyers about the expiring tax credit, urging them to take delivery. Well, it's too late now, by the end of September. Here it is, October 1. Elon Musk's Tesla had been sending out emails to would-be customers to complete your purchase to qualify for that discount. So here, October 1, I guess it's over, it's done. Where will EV sales go from here is, I guess, the looming big question. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Got a brand new day coming our way. And hello to Big John. Check it in via the email. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Look at 64 degrees here in Grove City, Ohio. Man, I spent way too much money in your area last week at a place called Jungle Gyms. Yeah. Yes, he said, man, that place is huge. Everybody have a safe week. Drive safe. From your friend Big John. Yeah, Jungle Gyms. It's almost like it's a grocery store, but it's more like almost a tourist attraction. Yeah, they get you reeled in. They've got foods from around the world. Whatever country you may come from, they would have the Taiwanese cuisine, the Chinese cuisine, Korea, you name it. Like fresh seafood, the live fish, all these things you can pick out from the aquariums. and they'll slice and dice them right there in front of you. It's an incredible place. Cheese selections. If you're a cheese connoisseur, hundreds and hundreds of different types. I've got a half-brother that lives in Denver, Colorado, but every time he comes into town, he has to go out there to Jungle Gyms. He's one of those connoisseurs of the craft beers, which they've become all the rage in recent years. They have craft beers from all over the country. Yeah, beers, wines, liquor from around the world. You ever come through town, Fairfield, Ohio, just north of Cincinnati, you got to check that place out, Jungle Gyms. And I believe they've opened another outlet on the east side of town, like Eastgate. Seems like I've saw something about that recently. Meanwhile, 22 past the hour, 844-844-3388. Well, he picked the wrong couple to try and mug. The officers, the couple, were in plain clothes at the time. This guy who allegedly tried to rob the couple at Penn Station in Manhattan got a, not so pleasant surprise when they turned out to be off-duty police officers. The husband and wife officers were waiting on a train on the platform for the Long Island Railroad when a 32-year-old Jamar Stewart approached them, according to New York police. Ultimately, the would-be victim's wife pulled out her firearm and shot Stewart in the arm and the gut. Stewart tried to rob the man, her husband. Instead, they got into a scuffle. That's when the wife pulled out her firearm, shooting Stewart. Later transported to Bellevue Hospital for treatment, listed in stable condition. This occurred sometime, I guess, midweek last week. Police said Stewart did not appear to be armed at the time, but he was trying to simulate that he had a weapon. This couple apparently had been working security, watching some of the guarding folks there at the United Nations gathering. WABC TV reported that the commuters on the train were shocked as they watched police attend to the bleeding suspect on the platform during the height of rush hour. All right, ultimately, after coming and checking him out of the hospital, 3:40 in the morning, charged with assault and attempted robbery. Sources tell WABC that this guy had 5 prior unsealed arrests, including assault and menacing. Apparently lived in a shelter there in Brooklyn. One of those reported incidents, actually the assault occurred just a month before this particular incident. Just maybe another example of these individuals continuously being accused of crimes. Rather than putting behind bars, they get let back out on the streets again, and, well, they just repeat the process over and over again. All right, they tell us peak season surcharges by some of the major parcel carriers have been rather routine for more than a decade. But in a year when demand growth is forecast to be rather muted, critics are kind of questioning the fee's rationale, warning that it could cause a further exodus of e-commerce shippers to seek alternate delivery companies. The average daily volume for the busy holiday shopping season is expected to increase by low double digits from earlier this year, compared to a nearly 100% increase back in 2013. We saw a 50% surge during the pandemic in 2020. According to ShipMatrix, that's a consulting and technology firm, peak volume has been essentially flat year over year since 2021. ShipMatrix estimates some 2.3 billion packages will be delivered in the U.S. during this year's peak season, about 5% higher than last year, mostly because there's going to be an extra shopping day this year. Starting with UPS Sunday, they began applying an $8.25 charge for packages that require additional handling. That'll jump to $10.80 on November 23rd. October 26th, ground and overnight air shipments will be hit with 40-cent and $1.10 surcharges, respectively. That will rise to 60 cents and $2.05 per package a month later. Now you've got FedEx, the U.S. Postal Service, Amazon, the regional carrier OnTrack, and others have also announced demand surcharges. There's at least 10 smaller carriers that have not announced surcharges so far, according to the recent tally by the e-commerce logistics consultant Nate Skiver. At the height of the COVID time period, e-commerce shipments, online shipments, things were going bananas. Carriers were being pushed to the limits of their capacity. There is some validity, they say, to pretty extreme demand surcharges in a time frame like that. But this year, in 2025, retail sales are down. The market's kind of struggling. Carriers are compressing or reducing their capacity. They're making staff reductions. So the optics don't really look good when you're talking about a carrier like UPS that's doing early buyouts, layoffs, shutting down operations, drawing down volumes in other places, while simultaneously coming to you saying, we have to impose demand surcharges. We'll be back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House has declared a government shutdown after the Senate voted down two competing funding proposals. Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota says blame the Democrats for the shutdown.
The Democrat caucus has chosen to shut down the government over a clean, nonpartisan funding bill.
The Democrats' proposal would have funded the government through October 31st. The GOP's would have funded the government through November 21st. Attorney General Pam Bondi pledged a federal crackdown as she sees the nation entering a new era of political violence.
Bondi's warning against extremists targeting federal officers follows a Department of Justice announcement. Agents will be deployed to ICE facilities nationwide. Bondi wrote in a post on X, there will be zero tolerance for political violence and domestic terrorism. She also warned if protesters so much as touch one of the federal officers, they'll be sent to prison. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Clear lines here. Where are we at? Jump on board at 844-844-3388. Right on our Tuesday morning program, Grump was delving into the Affordable Care Act, all those subsidies, how the insurance companies kind of make out like a bandit. Now, as far as this stalemate goes on Capitol Hill right now, yes, reinstating free health care for illegals is one of the sticking points. Another sticking point is the premiums for those health care plans purchased via the Affordable Care Act. Those subsidies are going to be expiring at the end of this year. What does that mean? Well, according to a firm by the name of KFF, I've never heard of them. They're described as a, quote, nonpartisan health policy research group. They're saying when these subsidies expire at the end of the year, that these health care prices, health plans that are purchased, will more than double next year. This is Democrats and Republicans locked in that stalemate, tied partly to the enhanced subsidies that are currently bringing us a government shutdown. The enhanced subsidies, what they refer to as enhanced premium tax credits, make health insurance premiums cheaper for some 22 million Affordable Care Act enrollees. I had no idea how that worked, and that's what Grump was trying to explain last evening, how at the end of the year you file your taxes and all that and you get money back. They are scheduled to expire here at the end of 2025, unless Congress does something. If the enhanced credits end, they say recipients would see their premiums increase to $1,906 next year, up from $888 this year on average. That's like a 114% increase. According to their analysis, Democrats want to extend the enhanced subsidies as part of that deal to fully fund the federal government for fiscal year 2026. Now, Republicans say negotiations on continuing those credits, they're not saying that they're not willing to extend them, but that should occur after the Senate approves a funding resolution. But they explain what are enhanced premium tax credits. Yeah, the premium tax credits established under the Affordable Care Act that were originally available for households with incomes anywhere in between 100% and 400% of the federal poverty level. Back in 2021, the American Rescue Plan, the whole pandemic relief law, temporarily increased the amount of that premium tax credit and expanded the eligibility to households with an annual income of more than 400% of the federal poverty limit. That includes a family of four with incomes of more than $128,600 a year here in 2025, for example. The law also capped the amount that a household would pay out of pocket towards insurance premiums at 8.5% of that household's income. Democrats temporarily extended those enhanced subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act in 2022. Those enhanced subsidies saved recipients, they say, on average, $705 annually last year on their health premiums. Other factors would compound the cost increase for enrollees, according to the analysis from KFF. For one, the Trump administration changed the way tax credits are calculated, and as a result, enrollees will have to pay a higher share of their income toward that benchmark Affordable Care Act plan in 2026. Insurers in the marketplace have also proposed raising their rates by a median of 18% due to rising health care costs and the expiration of the enhanced subsidies. That would be the largest rate increase since 2018. Premium increases next year would occur across apparently all income groups. They cite several examples. A 60-year-old couple making $85,000, which would be like 402% of the federal poverty level, would see their yearly premium payments rise by over $22,600 next year, after accounting for the loss of the enhanced credits and the insurer's rate increases. A 45-year-old earning $20,000, or 128% of the federal poverty level in a state that has not expanded Medicaid coverage, would see premiums for a benchmark health plan rise from $0 this year to $420 per year on average from the loss of the enhanced premium tax credits. But when Grump was explaining the amount of out-of-pocket expenses that he has to cover before anything kicks in, That is mind-boggling, that figure of $22,000 in premiums. I mean, quick math, that's just shy of $2,000 per month. 19 before the hour. All righty, 844-844-3388. What's going on? Industry headlines. I'm not familiar with this particular company, Prairie Brand LLC. We're all familiar with, like the Big Four, the Loves, Travel Centers of America, TA, Petro, Pilot Flying J. A new Kansas truck stop, they say, plans to host as many as 1,700 commercial vehicles a day after this site is completed in 2027. Prairie Brand LLC held the groundbreaking ceremony for the new Kansas truck stop and travel plaza earlier this week on Monday. Located off U.S. Highway 75 at the 150th off-ramp in Jackson County, Kansas, they say, according to WIBW 13, the 12,000 square foot facility would feature gas and diesel pumps, obviously, with the customary convenience store and quick-serve restaurants. The truck stop also plans to have ample parking for truck drivers with amenities specifically for truckers. There's also plans for electric vehicle charging stations. But Prairie Brand LLC says they expect to have some 13,000 vehicles, including 1,700 commercial trucks, utilize this Kansas truck stop on a daily basis. Expected to be completed in the first quarter, again, of 2027, just over a year from now. According to Prairie Brands LLC CEO, this project represents a generational investment in both our infrastructure and our people. The new travel plaza will not only serve as a vital stop for truckers and travelers, but obviously create new jobs and support local businesses in that area. I don't know, what's the average truck stop out there today as far as 12,000 square feet? That's about the typical Love's Travel Center. I have no idea how many trucks that they serve on a daily basis. I would have never guessed a number like 1,700 trucks a day. Maybe they do. Meanwhile, we've all heard of Smuggler's Notch, right? Happens time and time again every year. It's happened again. A truck driver fined over $2,000 after getting stuck on Smuggler's Notch on Monday. Little after 10:30 in the morning. Now, this is in Vermont, of course. According to NBC5, the truck driver in a 2021 Freightliner Cascadia entered the prohibited section of VT 108, otherwise known as Smuggler's Notch, getting stuck on the first S-turn. Department of Motor Vehicle Enforcement and Safety and Vermont State Police having to respond to the scene. This prohibited section, which is full of signage and advisories, does not allow combination vehicles anything over 45 feet in length. The fine of in excess of $2,000 is what you'll take home if you violate the rule. In this case, the 42-year-old truck driver, Jackson Malindwa, was fined $2,347. I guess seeing as he got stuck on the first S-turn, they had the truck and tractor cleared in about 20 minutes' time, but that's a pretty steep fine. I presume he could not read the signs, which happens all too often. 844-844-3388. Here comes Hump Day.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, what do we at? Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Quiet on a hump day. Well, as the commercial just said, we're not trying to get ahead of the game. I know technically it's just fall, but it is time to start thinking winter will soon be upon us. Yeah, we won't be long. We'll start having to treat that fuel with the diesel winter anti-gel. All that fun stuff. And for parts of the country, according to this forecast from Direct Weather, they're talking about it's going to be brutal for some areas this winter. Direct Weather just released the long-range forecast, a glimpse into the patterns expected across the U.S. this fall and winter, using sea surface temperatures and teleconnections like the El Nino Southern Oscillation, as they call it. The forecast kind of highlights some key trends that could shape snowfall and temperature patterns. And they break it down like this. Here we are, October 1, the fall weather outlook here for October and November. They begin with the short-term outlook. October expected to start with a negative Pacific North American pattern. That means cooler temperatures in the western U.S. and a ridge bringing warmer conditions to the central and eastern states. A shift is anticipated by late in the month of October. Cooler than normal conditions spreading across the central and eastern portions of the country, potentially setting the stage for early season snow in some of the higher elevation resorts. November, they tell us, likely to follow a similar pattern, with the CFS, that's the Climate Forecast System model, suggesting a Slightly warmer than average temperatures overall, but cooler pockets out west. Precipitation during these months is expected to focus on the northern, central, and western states. That would mean early snow for the resorts in the Rockies and Pacific Northwest. Although the east may see less consistent snowfall potentially early on. We get into winter 25 and 26. The forecast hinges on a weak La Nina or a neutral ENSO, which they note is favorable for some robust winter conditions. Unlike stronger La Nina or El Nino patterns that can actually disrupt snowfall, this kind of setup would bode well for ski areas, particularly in the central and eastern U.S., where colder air is going to be dominating, they tell us. December of 25, a positive PNA pattern forecast to take hold, bringing cold air into the central and eastern states. A ridge near coastal Canada and Hudson Bay could enhance Arctic air intrusions, increasing snowfall potential for some of the resorts in the Northeast, the Midwest, the Northern Rockies. Precipitation patterns suggest continued snow in the Northwest, aligning with above-average snowfall expectations for places like Washington and Montana. Rolling into the new year, January of 26, a slight fall in some areas, cooler temperatures persisting in the deep south and the southeast. However, the northern tier of the country, including ski regions in New England, the upper Midwest, should see continued cold, supporting a consistent snowpack there. Precip may be drier in the east, which could challenge snow accumulation in the lower elevation resorts, at least. February, that's where we typically really begin to get into the cold stuff. Cold is expected to dominate the eastern USA, with a bit warmer conditions in the west. That could mean excellent late season conditions for the East Coast resorts like Stowe and Killington. Western resorts may rely on the earlier snowpack. Precip is forecast to be wetter in the north, central, and northeastern states, potentially bringing fresh powder to the Great Lakes and the northeast ski areas. March of 26 forecasts suggest a flip to warmer conditions in the east, pretty much like last year's winter pattern, potentially signaling maybe an early end to the ski season in the east. The west may see more variable conditions, some models indicating some drier weather. What that means for the skiers and the snowboarders, the weak La Nina and the neutral ENSO conditions kind of set the stage for a potentially strong ski season, particularly for those in the Northwest, the Rockies, and the Northeast. Skiers and snowboarders should keep an eye on late October for some early snow in the west and prepare for a robust December across much of the country, while the east may see a bit of a warmer March coming our way. The core winter months promise plenty of opportunity for, well, they call them powder days, for those that like to hit the ski resorts. I'm not real big on the outdoor winter recreation. I'm going to be huddled up inside trying to stay warm. All righty, 844-844-3388. Yeah, rolling toward news break here as we roll into hour number 3 just ahead. Of course, while speaking to hundreds of generals and admirals in Quantico this past day, Pete Hegseth announced a new direction for the military to strip out those woke policies, saying the military would adhere to the higher standards of fitness and physical readiness, and we're going to get rid of politically correct and left-wing policies that have been hamstringing the ability of servicemen and women to complete their mission, as he put it. He actually called out, quote, fat troops and fat generals in particular. Now, the speech was pitch perfect and exactly what they've been waiting to hear, they say, for years. Each service will ensure that every requirement for every combat specialty, for every designated combat arms position returns, as we mentioned earlier, to the highest male standard only. Response via social media. Many responding positively, they say. I am 100% with Secretary Hegseth, says the Medal of Honor recipient Dakota Meyer. The greatest betrayal isn't politics. It's sending men and women into harm's way unprepared. Our freedom depends on a military that is lethal, prepared, and accountable. Anything less costs lives. Tell you what some of the other responses were coming up in our next hour. First, though, we'll take care of a news break, and it's 844-844-3388. Veterans save $750 on your lease deposit with TEL. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Learn more at tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Far-left interest groups and far-left Democrat members wanted a showdown with the president.
The White House has declared a government shutdown after the Senate voted down two competing funding proposals. Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota says blame the Democrats for the shutdown.
The Democrat caucus here in town in the Senate has chosen to shut down the government over a clean, nonpartisan funding bill.
The Democrats' proposal would have funded the government through October 31st. The GOP's would have funded the government through November 21st. The shutdown will furlough tens of thousands of federal employees. Attorney General Pam Bondi pledged a federal crackdown as she sees the nation entering a new era of political violence.
Bondi's warning against extremists targeting federal officers follows a Department of Justice announcement. Agents will be deployed to ICE facilities nationwide. Bondi wrote in a post on X, there will be zero tolerance for political violence and domestic terrorism. She also warned if protesters so much as touch one of their federal officers, they'll be sent to prison. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
An AI AI actress is sparking outrage from the ranks of human performers.
The synthetic talent known as Tilly Norwood was created by an actor at an AI studio. The founder of the studio says he thinks Norwood will be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman, and that she is very close to getting a representation deal with an agency. The acting community has called on performers to drop the agency that signs her. Norwood's creator says she is not a replacement for a human being, but rather a creative work, a piece of art. She adds that like many forms of art before her, she sparks conversation, and that in itself demonstrates the power of creativity. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 81 points. The S&P 500 added 27 points, and the Nasdaq rose 68 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The Boeing strike in the St. Louis area appears to be headed into another month as the aerospace giant and union leaders remain far from a deal.
The International Association of Machinists said discussions on Monday did not lead to any progress. Over 3,000 Boeing employees have been on strike since August 4th, with the union stating the company must improve its contract offer. Boeing executives say the union is inflating members' expectations. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Starting tomorrow, people applying for permanent supportive housing in San Diego will be screened for their immigration status.
It would apply to anyone seeking housing support, which includes rental assistance for people with disabilities. The change affects nearly 370 households in San Diego and puts over $7.7 million in federal funding at stake, with existing tenants facing screenings starting in November. The San Diego Housing Commission says it must follow the directive from President Trump's February executive order, which aims to ensure taxpayer-funded benefits don't go to, quote, unqualified aliens. I'm John Fink.
AOL is shutting down the dial-up internet service.
The company, originally known as America Online, announced the end of an era for a technology that once defined the early internet experience. At its peak, AOL had 10 million customers. However, as technology advanced, most users transitioned to faster broadband connections, shrinking current usage down to under 165,000 households. The company's decision will also discontinue the AOL dialer software. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Back at it for another hour as we kick off the month of October here. October 1 of 2025. And for whatever reason, the month of October, a lot of birthdays, including one Steve Summers, as well as the Princess. We're about 3 days apart. 15th for me, 18th for her. All right, trust your week's going well. Midweek coming up. Hump Day, as we like to call it. Presume there were no propane deliveries on Monday. We have not made it official that it's a hump day. I don't know if he's got a late start this morning or ain't no propane orders. Won't be long. That'll be changing as well. We're just talking about the cold air going to be settling in. Everybody can get stocked up for the winter time. We left off, though, some of the response coming in to the, I call him the Defense Secretary. It's now the Secretary of War for whatever reason, following his speech this past day. Let me see. Turning Point USA spokesperson Andrew Colvett says, I've just had a bunch of military and ex-military guys tell me that Secretary Hegseth delivered what was a pitch perfect, exactly what they've been waiting to hear for years speech. It was not politically correct. It was not polite. And that appears to be the point. No more weak warriors, no more fat generals. Let me see. I'm 4'9". I was about 135 coming back from Afghanistan. We had a brigade run, and I was up front in an infantry company with the first sergeant. When we finished, he took me to see all the fat outs, the chubby guys, and told them that a woman beat them and they sucked. That's the comment from combat veteran Jeanette Garcia. Next, Jim Hansen, president of WorldStrat. Pete Hegseth just gave one of the most powerful motivational speeches I've ever heard, worthy of a true Secretary of War. It had one unifying theme. You have a mission to lead the most lethal fighting force on Earth to victory. Now, move out and draw fire. Mark Hemingway says, what's bizarre is you couldn't serve if you had a freaking peanut allergy. But if you were trans, the military would pay to give you large amounts of hormones that have a powerful effect on your mood as you handle heavy weaponry. Hegseth is right about this woke nonsense. Others took the opportunity to make a few jokes. Pete Hegseth really gathered all the generals to give him a no fatties speech. What a legend. Another said, Department of War, about to place the biggest order for Ozempic in history. Well, there you go. And yeah, he did. I mean, he came right out. No more fat soldiers, no more fat generals. Get it together, guys. Meanwhile, let me say hello to, we were talking about the insurance costs and these credits for the Affordable Care Act. Buckeye Boy chiming in, he said there's so much fraud in insurance billing. Yeah, Medicare, Medicaid, it is staggering. If they were able to just solve that, insurance rates, I believe, would be much better. Also, President Trump is making deals with drug manufacturers. Prices will drastically come down. Now, that should cause insurance companies to lower rates, but due to all their greed, it's probably not going to happen. Yes, and the FDA commissioner said the announcement this past day was a historic day. What was that announcement? Well, the announcement was Pfizer, the drug manufacturer Pfizer, has agreed to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Medicaid under a deal struck with the administration. President Trump said, as he promised, similar deals with other drug makers are coming under the threat of tariffs. He made the announcement at the White House alongside Pfizer's CEO, just hours ahead of a potential government shutdown in the standoff over health care and spending, of course. What does that announcement, what's that going to translate into with Pfizer? Yeah, we'll give you more details on that coming up here. First, let's check in with Philip this early hump day morning. Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Doing all right. Kind of a slow morning on the phones here. I don't know. Where's everybody at?
I don't know. I got on this early. That's out there, man. I tell you what. I'm early. I'm early today.
Yep.
Hey, Steve. Talking about birthdays. My mom passed away back 2016. Today would be her birthday. So happily heavenly birthday, mother.
Yeah.
And there's a name that was actually on your newscast there, and I'm going to throw another name at you and see if you know. Have you ever heard the name Sadie Winter?
Yeah, doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, so did you hear the name Tilly Norwood?
Was that the one that was on the news?
Yes. Everybody's getting in an uproar right now, and it's all happening amongst now it's happening with the acting community, and it's happened with the music community. It was a couple stories that have come out lately. They're the buzz. It's all about AI generated people. So Tilly Norwood is an AI actress who is she's not a human being. Sadie Winter is a AI music artist that's completely generated by AI, not a human being. And Sadie Winter was developed by Rick Beato, who is a music producer in Atlanta and an unbelievable musician. He's helped a lot of people, me included. I study Rick's stuff, and just an amazing person when it comes to music. And it's come out with, he built this Sadie Winter character in about 3 or 4 minutes. And AI did everything from write her song, to make her look up, to make her sound up, her tone, everything, to develop this, and made literally a fake person, for lack of a better way of saying it.
Okay, so
no offense, Rick.
So they've developed music videos, I presume, featuring this female, and you wouldn't know watching the videos that she doesn't exist, actually. It's just an artificial intelligence generated photo?
Absolutely. Everything is taken from anything you put on the internet. Anything. A picture, your words, your sounds, your singing, anything you put on the internet can be obtained by AI.
Wow.
And what AI can do is AI can take, like, say, for instance, Steve, your voice is not copyrighted, right? You don't have a copyright on your voice.
No, sir.
But what they could do is take the tone of your voice and put it into another character and use that aspect, and then take the look from another character and put it in there, or another piece, and they could build that. They could take your picture, Steve, and take your face off your pictures They could build a character using your eyes, take another person, use their nose, take another person, use their chin, or different parts of their face, and build a character off of it. And that's what they're doing. And it's got everybody in kind of a little uproar now, especially the actors. Do you remember the Actors Guild? Or their union thing they had? That was what their protest was about. This AI generated stuff. The big thing that's about it, and Rick Beato said this. He built that character in like 3 minutes. He's basically responsible for Sadie Winter. But here's why: because the AI people that have the software have the copyrights to that kind of stuff. So think about it. You create all this stuff for fun, playing around with your computer. You put all this time into it, and then guess what? You don't get nothing off of it, man. That's what's happening now. Rick Beato actually went to Congress about this, and you think if you do the time, you're going to get paid for it. But, in reality, some AI company that developed the software is going to get all the money off of it, and this Tilly Norwood was developed by a comedian. I think she's from the UK. And this comedian, I don't know if she works with the AI companies to get everything set for this character to be underneath her copyright. But she's bringing a lot of interest out. This character is perfect. I mean, you see this Tilly Norwood, it's perfect. It is perfect. I mean, it looks like something that you would see on your reels that Hotshot Secret builds.
Wow.
Or something like that. It's scary. It's very scary. But it's bringing a new thing to the focus with AI, that anything you put on the internet, okay? Say you go on Facebook, you put a picture, Steve, you went to the winery the other day. You put a picture up there of you and your wife at the winery, right? They can take that picture and take pieces out of that picture and put it in the things and make it look like something else. Just a picture that you put on the internet.
Wow.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand about technology. I've been a musician since I was 12 years old. I've written songs, I've, recorded stuff, all that. But here's the thing. I don't know if I wanted to put any more stuff out there, because people could just take pieces of it and say, it's not today what Tone Loc did with Van Halen, or with MC Hammer did with Rick James, those kind of things. I mean, you can't touch this. That's on the background. He used a lot of Van Halen stuff, just pieces of parts of it.
Right.
What was it? The Ice guy. You know who I'm talking about? That song Ice thing?
Yeah, right.
That was David Bowie's song in the background with that rapping on top of it. You know what I mean? And that was the beginning of it. That's just a little step of the old school beginning of this AI thing. And now it has turned into this. I mean, we've got auto-tuning now. I could take and put my voice into a machine now and make me sound like Steve Sommers talking on the program here. If you get the right tone guy. You know what I mean, Steve? I mean, it's just that involved.
So
and it's amazing. I mean, it's cool. But it's scary.
Remember, for most of my life, people would say, "I'll believe it when I see it." Well, now you can see things that aren't really. If you don't know, even if you see it, you may not need to believe it.
Well, I'd say this way: we've been talking about the hurricanes. Those models that you see out there on the TV, the spaghetti models. Guess what, folks? That's a precursor to AI right there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Who thought back in the day when Walter Cronkite was the guy? It's documented, the first guy to see a hurricane on the radar. And that's what it is now. I mean, we went from seeing hurricanes on a radar to now we can pretty much dial them in. Like, I was looking at the models yesterday. And by the way, the folks in Bermuda were thinking about you, and I hope you guys hang in there. I know it's going to be a tough one, because the two storms are they're not merging, but they're kind of getting together to the point where they're going to be kind of interacting with each other really close to Bermuda, and it's something to watch for those folks out there. But anyway, those storm models, they lined up completely. I mean, just like a straight line. And when that happens, there's no uncertainty about it. That's a lot of certainty. When you see the cones really wide, that's uncertainty. When you see it's really skinny, that means that baby's going right where it's going. And that's AI. AI has done that. AI is in everything. I mean, who could think that we could look at a piece of something going in that's going to possibly fly by Mars or hit Mars or whatever and make such a deal out of it? Technology is that way. Automation's that way. Steve, did you know Elon just upgraded the Tesla software for the automatic driver, autonomous?
Right.
I have a friend that has one, and he told me yesterday, he pays about, and don't get this wrong, folks, everybody thinks all this stuff's for free. It's not. When you own a Tesla, you actually pay a monthly fee for that autonomous driving. It's a package just like the Solana stuff that we seen got hacked into not too long ago. But anyway, this automatic driving, he said it will do 50 as far as recognizing, doing things. It looks at your eyes. It does all kinds of things. And you guys are seeing that with the trucks. These
Sure.
things that are looking, if you're not driving correctly, it's going to tell you to correct. It's the same thing. And there's people paying a lot of money for that a month to have that feature in their car. Would I have it in my car? Absolutely not. No way, man. Are you kidding me? And I drive an autonomous vehicle every day, and I watch it do everything. But being out here on the road, I don't know, man. It's scary when you let go of the wheel and it's doing it all by itself. And I've been in that position before. In the trucks, I can just imagine what the guys in the trucks are going to go through if they ever get to that point. But AI will be in that too. AI is making decisions for you that you don't even realize it's going on right now. So just wanted to bring up some of that stuff, Steve, make people think. And I appreciate you making me think, because you know what? Me doing all the background checks on these stories and stuff, you got me into this, more into this journalism stuff than I thought I'd ever be. So I appreciate it, buddy. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks for checking in there, Philip. AI. We know it's going to pretty much revolutionize everything. But just because you see it, you don't necessarily, you can't believe it.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll bring you more on the government shutdown. Yeah, what will be impacted? Yeah, we do know Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits, military operations, law enforcement, immigrations and customs enforcement, customs and border protection, air traffic control. They will all continue, no matter what. The first Knucklebuster. Hey there.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Hey, I promise you, AI is not going to help me sing better. I don't care how hard they try, right? Well, since the government shut down, don't you think they ought to make every one of them go to work anyway? You know you're going to get your money when they get the bill passed. So they might as well just show up for work. Instead of being crybabies about it and saying, oh, we're not getting paid. Yeah, hell, I'm overworked and underpaid too, so I don't know. Well, we'll just keep them all on the payroll, and they can sit up there on their big fat behinds there. Hey, them generals, I know, and that Ozempic, it'll give you erectile dysfunction, Steve. They've already proven that. Not on everybody, but some of them there. So, I don't know. They won't be having no rodeo sex in, will they?
No, sir.
All right, well, shit, man. I'm sorry. Hell, I'm almost over here in Salt Lake City, Utah. So you're gonna be calling it quits here in about an hour. So, hey, CCC, what day is it? What day is it?
Wednesday.
Hey, it's Wednesday. Oh, yeah, well, horse feathers, get off your backside there and make home day official, buddy. Let's go at it there. Yeah. All right, y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388, and let's keep this show going on down the road tonight. All right, we'll call you later, Steve.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Knucklebuster. So he's a little bit off the typical beaten path. He's been there before, but that's the first I've heard him rolling out that far west in a while. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tell360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House has declared a government shutdown after Democrats blocked a GOP-led bill to keep agencies open. The short-term plan, which was backed by the president, would have funded the government until November 21st, but Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats filibustered it, demanding over $1 trillion in new spending.
As you know, no country can afford to pay for illegal immigration, health care for everybody that comes into the country, and that's what they're insisting.
The Office of Management and Budget says agencies must now begin shutdown procedures, with federal workers facing furloughs and layoffs. Republicans say Democrats are holding America hostage for partisan priorities like NPR and Obamacare. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 81 points. The S&P 500 added 27 points, and the Nasdaq rose 68 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Right at the midway point here on the first day of October. All right, you got the message.
Yeah, Your Honor. Yeah, we got because of the change of the month there for the first, we can't do any loading ahead of time, ahead of the midnight hour there. So when it's scheduled to be delivered in the, loaded in the month. You can't pick it up in the previous month. So we kind of had to delay our schedule tonight to get out here. And it's all about allocations and everything. So as I say, work that's scheduled for October can't be started in September. So got to wait until after the midnight hour. And I got one of them 4 o'clock loading facilities anyways that they gave me. So we're not out here breaking any land speed records or doing anything quick and early this morning. So, but anyways, I guess we're supposed to do the, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? What month is it?
Yeah. Welcome to October.
So, but anyways, yeah, so.
Oh, yeah. It's
He's got
Hump
things.
Day. I'm sorry. Hump Day.
All right. Yeah, there you go. Now you got it officially official. So, so Pete there, he got things stirred up a little bit there with the military, huh? We're going to go back to a strong army that's ready to go and everything. So did you catch the part that President Trump was suggesting that they do their urban training in cities across the United States? They go out and do their military urban training?
Yeah, I saw. I don't think that's going to happen. That wouldn't go over too well.
You mean we're not going to have MRAPs and everything running up and down the highways with us out here? I thought that would be pretty interesting. Go by an M1 Abrams tank there just cruising down the highway. I don't know. Sounds interesting to me. Be a new way to take care of road rage, wouldn't it? You got the Army out here with their tanks. But anyway. So, hey, speaking of the AI thing there, a while back I saw something there with Randy Travis. And they were, it was the Randy Travis people themselves doing it. But they had a country singer that had kind of the same type of motion, kind of looked like, has the same type of body structure as Randy Travis, when he was in his prime in his 80s and 90s. And they were using the AI voice and video and having this guy go out and, hold the guitar and, play the music on the guitar and, but actually overlaying to make it look like and sound like Randy Travis making new videos of new music. So I don't know if they ever finished that project, if it's still in the works, but with Randy Travis with the medical issues he's had, the major stroke and everything, he's not in the performing condition that he was at the time, so I guess we're probably lucky to have him with us yet, let alone,
Yes. Yep.
That we can see him come out on the stage occasionally. So, but anyways, so there's your AI working again, so is it a good thing that somebody like Randy Travis can still produce music and have it out there, or is it a bad thing that they're using somebody else and using this computer generation thing?
Wow.
And if I'm not mistaken, one of the contestants on America's Got Talent was using this AI thing, same type of deal. They had a guy that looked a lot like Simon Cowell that was on the stage singing, and the AI, when you saw the big video screen, the video was Simon Cowell doing the singing, and Simon's sitting there at the desk watching himself sing, and he's not on the stage, but his video likeness is on the stage doing the song. So I don't, so I guess it's been out there for a little bit, and I guess now people are actually starting to realize that what they're seeing isn't actually real. As you said, what you're seeing, you can't believe. You used to have to be able to see it to believe it, but now
Yes.
You can't even believe what you're seeing because you don't know who's made what. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this stuff that's out there, that people are putting out in the Facebook videos and the TikTok videos, that a lot of it isn't AI. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that has to be, because there's just like, and sometimes when you look at it, you can actually see there's like an anomaly to it, or there's something that, that glitches and it's not quite, but you got to, in that split 100ths or 1,000ths of a second, catch that glitch, and if you miss it, then it looks absolutely perfect. But anyways, so I don't know. Maybe at some point, all truck driving will just look like virtual reality out there. It'll look like trucks on the road, but it will be. And I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully, we'll all be done and gone by then, Steve. Hopefully, all that'll all happen after. Of course, I'm starting to think about this short timer thing myself here. I don't know. I hear all these people out here, getting ready to hang up the keys, and last time on the medical card, and last time for hazmat.
Yep.
I start calculating out the age myself, and my hazmat expires in 4 years. I don't know if we'll have to see what we're doing, but will I renew my hazmat in 4 years? That's a good possibility. I don't know. And I actually have a trailer that's tagged with the main tags there, and we just got the renewal back for it. And I can renew my trailer tags with that main deal there for 12 years. And I'm thinking to myself, if I renew for 12 years on this renewal form, I think by that time I'll probably be done with the trailer. I'll be either it'll either be wore out, or I'll get ready to sell it or something. But I'll guarantee if I renew it for 12 years, that'll be the last renewal I'll ever do on that trailer.
Yep.
So anyways, it's kind of crazy there, is how things you somewhere or another we've gotten over some sort of hill or knob or something there, but things are starting to look at the other end now. It's instead of looking out, now it seems like we're looking the other way more. So I don't know, but anyways, I guess we made enough total nonsense yet this morning.
Well, we got October 1. Happy Hump Day.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I can't come up with anything else for you right now to fill in airspace. So I guess we'll let you go, and maybe we'll come up with something for you for the loneliest hour if we see anything else.
Take care of things out there. All right, so a little late start to that's interesting. You can't load an October delivery before the official stroke of the midnight hour in the month of October. All right, let me see. Hello to Jason, passing through Cedar Rapids, 71 degrees, clear sky, dry roads. Got a truckload of alfalfa going to Xenia, Illinois. Looking forward to another good program. Thank you for checking in there, Jason. Hello, Billy. Morning, Steve, the overnight drive, folks. 68 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Happy Hump Day. There's Scott. Morning, Steve. Listening to Philip talking about the AI-generated actors. In my opinion, we're quickly approaching a very dangerous time. What happens when an AI-generated image of the president starts putting out crazy orders like to go to war or launch nukes? The day's quickly approaching that you literally will not be able to believe what you see with your own eyes. You say quickly approaching. I think it's here. For all practical purposes, it is. It is 844-844-3388. All right. Grump had a few comments in regards to the whole health care thing. I'm assuming the subsidy stuff that you were talking about last night. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. It's if you buy an Aflac policy or a Trans-American policy or something like that to supplement your insurance, or just if you don't have insurance and all you're relying on is your work comp or something like that, and you have these other policies, such as cancer policy, a catastrophic event policy, critical care, things like that you can purchase separately. The government knows about these things. I mean, they are all linked through the health marketplace. So it's reported. They have to, by law, written into law from the Affordable Care Act, report that to the Affordable Care system there. And if you file a claim against, let's say, like me, I had to go in for, the cancer thing. My son had that heart attack. Steve, I bought a policy on him back when he was 2 years old. When he tried sticking his head through a damn closed door, I said, we got to do something. Either buy him a helmet or buy a policy. So we bought this policy when he was 2, and they took it out it was $4 a month. And this went on for 26 years, and I was, after he had a heart attack, I was just balancing my checkbook one day, and I'm looking at this, and I thought, what the hell is this $4 a month thing? So I called the bank, and I said, are you guys charging this? And they said, no, it's an insurance policy. You've had it on there for 26 years. I said, I'll be damned. So I called on it. It had been sold several times and it wound up with MetLife or one of those companies there. And I explained, what he had a heart attack. I said, is this thing still valid? And they said, yeah, just, get the diagnosis, the report and all that, send it in to us, snap a picture of it, send it to us, make sure that you've got a credit card or a bank account on file that, is this bank account, active? And I said, yeah. I said, you take money out every month. So about 2 weeks later, I'm looking at my checking account, and I've got $35,000 deposited in my checking account. And I'm thinking, where in the hell did that come from? And then I got to looking at it, and I thought, wow. So the home health, the marketplace, and he had his own insurance policy, through his work, gets a hold of him and says, you have, this policy that was in your name, or on you, but you were not the beneficiary. So it tried to take control of that policy. They wanted that $35,000 to pay on his insurance. Now, people think that these policies that you get through some of these companies like Aflac and stuff, that the insurance companies don't have a claim against that. They do. So what you need to do is make sure that you got somebody else as the beneficiary. And like my wife's on my checking account, so is my son. He's on one of my checking accounts and everything. But I have an account that I keep $5 in there. That's it. When the dues come up on the account, when the service charges and everything, I redeposit $5 in there. When a company like they want to take charge of something, the first thing they'll do is try to seize a bank account that you have. But if somebody else's name is on there, they cannot do it. By law, they cannot do it. They can't distinguish what monies are yours and what's theirs. So they just can't do it. But if you have an individual account, excuse me, Steve, if you have an individual account, they can seize that account. So, and whatever they take out of that account is all they get. That's it. They can't go after any more. Once they get the court order and say, I want this account, boom. The bank is not going to tell them that how much money's in that account. They're just going to say, yes, he has this account here. It's an active account. There is money in that account. Boom. Then we're gonna seize it. Well, hell, they can seize it for $5. I don't care. As soon as they're done, I'll put $5 more in there, and that's the end of it. That's what they get. But people needs to be. You need to look into your insurance policies and things like that, because if you have these supplement policies, they have a legal claim against them, and they will go after anything that they can. And these are the insurance companies doing this. So is the hospitals. When like last time my wife had to go into hospital, they took her up to the hospital and everything. We had to go to the emergency room because she was having the chest pains and everything again. And they went on ahead and admitted her in the hospital, and they said, we need $5,000. This is what your deductible is. Our out of pocket's $8,000, but they wanted the deductible we hadn't met yet, and said we need that much. No, you don't. And he said, well, we can legally ask for it. And I said, I can legally tell you to kiss my ass too, can't I? The insurance company's job is to pay. All right, they will sort through everything, and they'll pay out what they want to pay out, and then you're responsible for that other percentage, your percentage or your deductible. But the one thing that you need to do is make damn sure that you're not roped into somebody saying that, that especially if it's a public hospital and they take public funds, they take supplement funds from the government, for them to call up and, ask you when you go in there for admittance or anything like that, to say, you need to pay this amount, right up front. We need a check for this, or we're not going to do anything with you. They tried that crap with Bobby, with a Pony Soldier. Told him he had to have a certain amount of money or they would not do that cancer surgery, which was, he would have died soon with that. And I said, they're crazy as hell. So we got on the line with them. I cussed them out and said, hey, they wanted to cancel his insurance. But anyway, we got another policy going with him, and, that covered that. And, it was expensive, but, he was able to be added on to this policy, and everything was covered. But know your rights under the Affordable Care Act, because it is not at all friendly to the individuals. It is to big businesses. It's for 50 people or more, how they have to take on, they have to provide insurance if they got 50 employees or more. They have to provide insurance, but if they don't have that amount, then they can cut your hours back. They can do all kinds of crazy stuff. It's nuts how this is allowed to happen in a civilized society that we claim we have in this country. But healthcare is the number one cost. When you look at the health care for just substance abuse alone, how much it's cost, and this is one of my pet peeves of this. I can't stand the fact that taxpayers are on the hook for people who consciously make a damn decision to get on drugs. All right, it's over $800 billion a year, Steve. That's how much it's costing right now. Damn near $1 trillion just on this. And the reason they need to cut that out is because you got people that'll get arrested, and they'll, for drug abuse, and they'll be like, all right, we're going to take the kids unless you get in this rehab program. All right, it's taxpayer funded. They have absolutely no damn desire to ever get off drugs. They may go through this program, boom, they don't get a bill for it, they don't get anything for it, they're kicked out of it. When they're cut loose, they got their kids back, they're back on drugs again. Get caught again, they go back through another program. What they call it, the recidivism of drugs and things like that it's at 90%, right about 90%. So as long as we're footing the bill for people that has no desire to get off drugs and things, and it might step on some people's toes, and say, well, people needs to get this help and stuff like that. The taxpayers didn't help them get on drugs. Why in the hell are we helping them get off? That should be the insurance companies. If you're going to take drugs and stuff like that, that should be an insurance company's job to, take care of this, not the American taxpayers. But anyway, that was one of the things that I really wanted to touch bases on. And when Ezekiel Emanuel, when he wrote this, him and a couple other people, economists that wrote it, this ACA bill, they wrote it and he said it right there on national TV. He said this bill is to be so onerous and so expensive that it will force the government to take on a single payer system where they're actually paying 10 cents on the dollar or 8 cents on the dollar or whatever it is to doctors and people like that right now. He come right out and said that, and I think we've talked about that before on this show, how it onerous this thing is, and when these premiums are going to go up the way they are if they do not extend these tax credits, that's exactly probably what's going to happen. You're going to see people that's a mass exodus of the insurance company. Who the hell can afford $1,900? The average person that's making $50,000 a year. A month, and it's nuts that we have to pay that amount. I mean, hell, that's more than a truck payment that makes you money, or a house payment, and I think it's going to fall flat on its ass. I think people are going to dump it, and if Trump and all these home health people that are healthcare people that he's got, like Kennedy and all this bunch, if they want to do something for the American people, why aren't they nationalizing some of these health insurance companies and saying you're no longer a for-profit organization? That is the problem, because they have made so much money. Now, for my money, I don't think any business any business that takes taxpayer funds should be a for-profit organization. That because it's counterproductive for them to take taxpayer money and then want to charge you money, for premiums and things like that you can't afford. So it's to me, I hope Trump and them sees this. I don't know if they will. I don't know. It seems like the wealthier people, Steve, the wealthy ones, like the Kennedys and the Trumps and people like that, that's never had to worry about health care a day in their damn life. They've never had to look at your checking account and go, damn, I just drained, $2,000 out of my checking account paying this. They've never had to look at that. And to them or Congress or people like that, when they got a $40 bill, they pay $48 a month for their damn health care, and they can go to the Bethesda, or they can go to Walter Reed or some of the best hospitals in the country. Look at AOC. She goes to Walter Reed to get stuff done, and it don't cost her a damn dime. Why is that? I don't understand it, how people like that can go to these, they ought to be on the system. They ought to pay for their own damn health care, just like we do. And if they're going to have it for people like that, then they ought to offer the same damn policy, since the taxpayers are footing the bill for it, for the American people.
Right.
Say, if you want our policy, you can have it, but you're not going to get an earned income credit at the end of the year. That's going to be applied toward your health care. There's another $700 billion industry where they're giving out money back to people. Nothing pisses me off worse than somebody saying, I got 5 kids and I got back $6,000 more than I ever paid in. I want to reach over and slap them. So look, I got no kids at home, and I'm putting the bill for you and them and blah blah blah. This is ridiculous that our tax structure is 86,000 pages long, and this crap like this happens. But that's exactly what's happening right now. And I give a shout out to Philip. He was talking about all the research he does for the show and stuff like that. And he's a good informed caller, man. I appreciate his calls. Every time he calls in, he's got something good to say and knows his stuff and talks about things. And that's kind of what I do. I always pick some subject that I want to talk about, and I look at the background of it and things like that, so I don't sound like some dork that's calling the show. And, It helps out when you want to have a good conversation with a good host and things like that. But anyway, brother, I just wanted to touch bases on that and let you know my feelings on that, and tell people if they if you got supplement policies, make sure you're not the beneficiary, and make sure that the money that is going to the beneficiary goes to a joint account with somebody else's name on it, or they will come right after you. They will do it without hesitation.
Okay, good information. Thank you so much, Grump. All right, roll that up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
There are going to be millions of American families in the next week in October sitting down and saying, how are we going to pay these damn bills?
The White House has declared a government shutdown after the Senate voted down two competing funding proposals.
On this vote, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 45. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
The Democrats' proposal would have funded the government through October 31st. The GOP's would have funded the government through November 21st. The shutdown will furlough tens of thousands of federal employees. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is slamming an AI-generated video posted by President Trump.
Jeffries called the video depicting him in a sombrero and fellow New Yorker and Senator Chuck Schumer speaking in a fake voice racist and disgusting.
Don't cop out to a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face.
Jeffries spoke with dozens of Democratic lawmakers behind him, accusing Republicans of being on vacation as a government shutdown looms. Meantime, Vice President J.D. Vance has blamed the lack of a deal on Democrats, saying they won't do the right thing. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The man accused of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk was in court yesterday.
Tyler Robinson appeared at a virtual hearing in Provo where the judge addressed the defense and prosecutors.
Let me be clear. I will not put my finger on the scale of justice. These proceedings will be open to the public, conducted in accordance with the law, and handled with diligence and competence to ensure that justice is never compromised.
A preliminary hearing is to be held where the judge decides whether there's enough evidence against Robinson to move ahead with a trial. Prosecution has already said it will seek the death penalty against the 22-year-old. The next hearing set for October 30th, where Robinson is expected to appear in person. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Washington State University researchers are working on a way to make alcohol withdrawal symptoms less of a problem.
Washington State University researchers focused on the part of the brain called the cerebellum. They were able to affect the physical and emotional stress of withdrawal that often caused people to resume drinking. They used a synthetic material developed in Austria called Compound 6 that targets a receptor in the cerebellum. More research is needed before clinical trials can happen. I'm Brad Ford.
President Trump says he's going to slap a 100% tariff on films produced outside the U.S.
Doug Steiner, chairman of Brooklyn-based Steiner Studios, supports the president's movie tariff proposal.
It's crazy to export being the content creator for the world and lose that position and train other people to take our jobs.
In a Truth Social post Monday, President Trump said, quote, "Our movie-making business has been stolen from the United States of America by other countries, just like stealing candy from a baby." He went on to say that California has been particularly hit hard, and he criticized Governor Gavin Newsom as weak and incompetent. Liz Warner, New York.
Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin told students last week that they are the next Charlie Kirk as the conservative leader's widow, Erica, steps into his role. At 36, she now leads Turning Point USA, inheriting its $85 million movement. Her forgiveness of her husband's killer stunned the nation, and with Trump's public embrace, some see her as a rising star, even a possible future president. Erica Kirk is being recognized as turning grief into a powerful new chapter. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, there you go. Welcome into the month of October. Here it is, October 1. And it's a hump day. Officially. And it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, hello to Gary. Little late to the party this morning, aren't you? Morning, Steve, and all the overnight crew on this hump day. 65 degrees here in Southwest Ohio this morning. And we get back to the calls. Hillbilly Tex. Tipping the hat and ringing the cowbell. What's going on, Tex?
Can you hear me okay, Steve?
We got you, Tex. What's up?
Look here, I just want everybody to know, a lot of my truck friends know it, but I'm laid up down here in Tulsa, Oklahoma in the hospital. Today's my 7th day. And they not talking getting out no time soon. And I they can't get my blood pressure fixed and my heart it's gone wacko, my liver's gone wacko, my hip's still hurting, and they did get rid of the cancer out of my colon, but they're going to go in there and check for bone marrow cancer. So I'm just wanted everybody to have a little update, and any of my friends that I've lost in the last year and a half or two, Steve, I'd like for them to call me. I'd like to make amends if there's any way possible, you know. But yeah, I just giving everybody a little update there. I come down here to Tulsa and Oklahoma to visit with my kids one more time, and I ain't got to spend but 1 hour with them.
Wow.
No, they had to call the ambulance come after me, but anyway, everybody keep the sunny side up. And I don't know what exit I'm in, but I'm ringing the cowbell and tipping the hat.
All right, thoughts and
Y'all
prayers.
have a good morning,
We'll be
Steve.
thinking of you. Fight the fight there, Tex. All right. Not what you wanted to hear. I mean, yeah, but he sounds like he's been in the hospital nearly since we last talked to him. It was about a week ago. when he told us he was going to be heading down to Oklahoma, and I thought Texas was supposed to be in the mix as well, if memory serves, but hate to hear that, Tex. All right, back to the big announcement. Looking at potentially lower drug prices. Standing alongside the CEO of Pfizer this past day. Obviously one of the largest drug makers in the country. Of course, producing the COVID-19 vaccine and Paxlovid. Several cancer drugs, the blood thinner known as Eliquis, the pneumonia vaccines. Under the deal that has been struck, New York-based Pfizer will charge most favored nation pricing to Medicaid and guarantee that pricing on newly launched drugs that involves matching the lowest price offered in other developed nations. Pfizer also agreed to participate in a new website the administration plans to start called Trump RX, which will allow people to buy drugs directly from manufacturers. Pfizer said many of its treatments will be offered at discounts that average 50% through that platform. This kind of builds on the executive order Trump signed in May that set a deadline for drug makers to electively lower prices or face limits on what the government's going to pay. Trump said deals with other drug companies are going to be coming in over the next week. He said, I can't tell you how big this is. We're turning the tide. We are reversing an unfair situation, according to the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla. Prescription drug pricing expert Stacy DeSanza said it's not clear yet the extent of the pricing changes that will occur, but they noted Pfizer is keeping specific terms of the deal kind of confidential. Not clear how different the new pricing levels will be from what Medicaid already pays Pfizer. Now, the average person, we're not supposed to start seeing lower prices until sometime early next year. Patients in Medicaid, the state and federally funded program for those with low incomes, already pay a nominal co-payment of just a few dollars to fill their prescriptions, but lower prices could help state budgets that actually fund those programs. Lower drug prices will also help patients who have no insurance coverage or little leverage to negotiate better deals on what they pay. But even steep discounts, 50% found through the website, could still leave patients, in some cases, possibly paying hundreds of dollars a month for some prescriptions. Drug makers in the past couple of years have started launching websites to connect the customers directly with some products like the obesity treatments or the blood thinner Eliquis. Now, they said selling drugs like that directly to consumers would probably help just a small number of people. Theoretically, there are some who will benefit, but in general, it's not the overall fix-it for lowering drug prices. Now, besides committing to lowering cost, Pfizer agreed to spend $70 billion in domestic manufacturing facilities, becoming the latest in a string of drug makers to announce plans to build production here in the U.S. The White House didn't immediately respond to details about the investment, but Pfizer said in a statement that the outlay will be dedicated to U.S. research, development, and capital projects in the next few years. President's been talking for months about the need to lower drug prices and boost manufacturing here at home, to persuade companies to strike deals. He has threatened to impose tariffs, which is a favorite tool to leverage across all areas of government. But some were saying that potentially could raise drug prices. Trump said the tariff threat put the government in a pretty good negotiating position here, obviously, with Pfizer immediately pretty much jumping on board. He sent letters back in late July to executives at 17 pharmaceutical companies about the changes he'd like to see. Copies of the letters posted on social media note that U.S. prices for brand-name drugs can be up to 3 times higher than averages elsewhere, calling for the drug makers to commit to offering what Pfizer agreed to as the most favored nation pricing to Medicaid and new medications. All right, he also asked the drug makers to lower the pricing levels for drugs sold directly to consumers and businesses. So that's a pretty big deal. As the Food and Drug Administration Commissioner spoke shortly, several hours after that announcement. In an appearance on Rob Schmidt Tonight, he said this move by Pfizer to cut the cost of certain medications by as much as 80% will indeed provide relief to millions of families. For everyday Americans, it also means lower health care costs because the fastest area of growth in health care is drug prices. He credited Trump's leadership for forcing the hand, essentially, of the big pharmaceuticals. I mean, the United States is the world's largest purchaser of prescription drugs, so we should no longer pay higher prices than other wealthy nations. Which, that makes perfect sense to me. Well, Senor Heatwave, welcome.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, I had to drop and call back. I got what they call cell phone hell, where it sounded like a digital ping going off, and I was like, well, try this again. So we're in a shutdown, huh?
Officially, yes.
Well, it's a lot of things I miss when I'm not awake during the daytime. Oh, Lordy. Can anyone explain why Democrats want to spend more money on crap, and why it's such a bad thing that the conservatives say no? I do not understand that kind of thinking. You know, if you're trying to save money, then you stop spending. And this spending bill that they had passed in the House was free of any. I guess they call it a clean
continuing resolution.
Clean.
Yep.
Right. And it would go to November 21st, while the other one that the Democrats wanted would go to October 31st. I know they're going to spin it like, well, it's Trump's fault because he didn't work with us.
Yeah.
But it seems like to me, a couple of years ago, some president says, yeah, you can be on the bus, but you just ride in the back. You just go along for the ride. Wherever we go, that's where you get off. And elections have consequences. Well, I guess they're making a good stand, but if it were reversed, Democrats would be raising all sorts of hell, saying, these people are trying to kill you with a government shutdown. And that's what they have said in the past, isn't it?
Yep. Yes,
that
it is.
The Republican shutdown will kill Grandma. So, I really am getting tired of seeing this flip-flopping as far as one party goes, just to try to keep power, try to influence, what 77 million of us voted for, and that they don't like, so they're going to do everything in their damn power to make it hell on us here, and I'm tired of it. They said some states have gubernatorial terms, 8 years. They said the president can only have an 8 years as president, and that's it. I think it's far past time that we have term limits on these career politicians. And what the sad thing is, it's going to hurt some of those career politicians that have actually done good. But I mean, if we're going to weed out the bad, unfortunately, there's going to be collateral damage. Oh, Lordy. Well, now you're talking about AI. Well, it seems to me there was a vice president that was supposed to be in charge of AI, and like she was supposed to be in charge of
the border.
And yeah. So, I mean, I she was there. She was told to police it, and what did she do? She went off to grab another bottle of bourbon, and they got something against Trump now because was it Trump produced or was it somebody on the right that produced that video with Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer?
I'm sure Trump didn't produce that. He reshared it. Someone and that, Hakeem Jeffries, boy, he went off the rails on that, didn't he? That was. But I mean, to some extent,
sanctimonious.
It was somewhat true, though. I mean, obviously the words weren't, it wasn't Schumer speaking, but he said, well, we have to give health care to all these illegals because we need new voters. We need people that'll vote for us. And if we give it to them, somehow or another, which I don't know how that's because illegals are not allowed to vote, but we know that in some cases, and the ultimate goal down the line is to get some sort of an amnesty program where they will one day be legal voters in this country.
All right. Well, I mean, there has been plenty of parodies, AI parodies of the president and of the right. So where does that sanctimonious SOB get off thinking, he's holier than thou and far above being made fun of? I mean, you talk. I'm just flabbergasted. That's all there is to it. So, well, how long do they think this is going to last? And I think they said the record is 27 days under Reagan. So, is this going to be a long term or is it going to be short term?
I haven't heard any guesstimates as far as. I mean, I do know that John Thune said that they're going to try again today. They're going to put the same bill that they turned down yesterday to a vote. They were only 5 votes short of that 60 threshold yesterday. I think that they had 3 Democrats that actually voted with the Republicans. They're hoping that 5 more might see the light and stop the shutdown. So it could be short-lived. I don't know.
Well, I tell you what. I know what I was calling our state government, and hell, I'm sure they're not anywhere near connected to being, in the pockets of the feds, but hell, they act like it was still summertime and they weren't going to be open for a long damn time. It's like, I need answers now, and that's for the county tax assessor. I mean, hell, even calling information 411, that computer had no idea what I was talking about. Well, we can't find these people. Well, why not? Well, we just can't find it. Well, put me to a human. So I mean, I had some issues today, and I ain't real happy with my insurance company. Cranking up about $1,800 more on my home insurance annually. And then when I try to have someone explain to me why that's happened, they really can't come with an answer that I can understand. So I wonder if it'd be better for me just to go ahead and just go shopping around to find better insurance, or at least insurance at a cheaper price that I can afford for at least a year before I would go back to the current company I'm with now.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you what, it's so damn complicated out there, and I guess I have the time to look for this stuff, but you reading small print on the telephone just ain't going to work out. So, well, I hope things go better tomorrow. And I don't know if anyone's noticed, but there's a lot less trucks out here on the highway these days since Trump's put in get these people out that can't speak English. And I think a lot of shippers are finding out they don't want to have their stuff impounded because they did contract with a company that don't have legal drivers nor drivers that speak English. So with that, Senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good morning.
All right. Thank you for checking in there. Heat wave, safe travels, as they say. All right. Other industry news, new Maryland laws that will kick in today, October 1. Will cover the use of speed cameras. Speed cameras used in counties that include Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Charles, Montgomery, Prince George's, and Washington. There are 45 municipalities throughout Maryland that are also authorized to use the devices. Cameras are permitted in the highway work zones as well. Since last year, the work zone violations caught on camera include graduated fines. All other locales have a maximum $40 fine for such speed cameras. OOIDA contends that the focus on the revenue-generating devices ignores the more logical, reasoned approach, which is to keep traffic moving in as safe a manner as possible. But starting today, the new Maryland law sets escalating fines for violations caught on speed cameras, ranging from $40 to $425. The new rule sets the base at 40. That base is applied for exceeding the posted speed by 12 to 15 miles an hour. The $425 maximum would be for driving at least 40 miles per hour over the speed limit, which, believe it or not, there are a lot of people that do it. Let's see. Lawmakers were told that despite the presence of speed cameras, that flat $40 fine was not providing an adequate deterrent to reckless drivers. He highlighted incidents on Maryland Route 210, also known as the Indian Head Highway, often referred to as the Highway of Death. Speed cameras used along that route that connects Washington, D.C. to multiple suburbs recorded 204 different drivers exceeding 100 miles per hour. Between August and October of 2023, one speeder was caught doing 170. So if you align the penalties with the severity of the offense, maybe this will prompt people to slow down. In Prince George's County, a related new law focuses on the stretch of Indian Head Highway in that county. They've been using speed cameras since 2018. Initially, the use of cameras was limited to one intersection. Those cameras were permitted for 5 years. In effect, here, starting today, the new law creates the same fine structures as we shared with House Bill 182, from $40 up to $425. All right, TEL will get you into a factory warranty truck with maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House has declared a government shutdown after Democrats blocked a GOP-led bill to keep agencies open. The short-term plan, which was backed by the president, would have funded the government until November 21st, but Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats filibustered it, demanding over $1 trillion in new spending.
As you know, no country can afford to pay for illegal immigration, health care for everybody that comes into the country, and that's what they're insisting.
The Office of Management and Budget says agencies must now begin shutdown procedures, with federal workers facing furloughs and layoffs. Republicans say Democrats are holding America hostage for partisan priorities like NPR and Obamacare. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 81 points. The S&P 500 added 27 points, and the Nasdaq rose 68 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Where we leave off there? How about this? Wyoming and New Mexico top the list of deadliest states for truck crashes, as compiled by Victim Advocates Group using the latest federal data. That would be the Truck Safety Coalition's Deadliest Truck Crash States Report, released earlier this week. It looks much the same as last year's report. Most of the 12 states in the latest report, the same that appeared on the list last year. I'll give you more on that coming up here. First, let me get back to the calls here. Knucklebuster, welcome back, Knucklebuster.
By 9 o'clock. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good night. That's right.
All right, we're multitasking there. All right, we'll have to come back to Knucklebuster. He's taking care of business, as they say. Okay. Let's see. Based on the 2023 data from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they base this on the death rates per 100,000 people. The 12 deadliest states. Starting at number 12, and we'll go to number 1, Alabama, 2.7 per 100,000 people. South Dakota at 2.9. Montana at 3. The same as Kansas, Arkansas, Nebraska. Idaho at 3.2, as well as Oklahoma, the same. North Dakota, 3.3. Mississippi, 3.6 per 100,000 people. New Mexico, the big jump to 4.6. And Wyoming, an unbelievable 7 death rates per 100,000 people. The top 3 deadliest truck crash states by total number of fatalities were also the same in last year's report. It was Texas with 730, California with 392, and Florida with 341. While the nearly 5,500 fatalities and 150,000 injuries related to truck crashes were lower than the nearly 6,000 deaths and 160,000 injuries in 2022, as compiled by the coalition last year. These fatal crashes are not inevitable. According to the president of the Safety Coalition, on behalf of victims and survivors across the nation, I call on Congress to take necessary overdue action to substantially improve safety on the upcoming Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. So what are they looking for? All right, they are urging lawmakers to update regulations, including requiring all new classes of commercial trucks come equipped with the automatic emergency braking. The latest regulatory agenda from the White House, a final rule on that for heavy trucks, which had been scheduled for rollout in January, will be reissued as a supplemental proposal scheduled to be published in December. The Truck Safety Coalition also pushing to require the FMCSA to ensure that new motor carriers pass a knowledge exam proving that they know and can implement FMCSA regulations to safely operate a motor carrier business. Currently, new carriers do not have to prove any knowledge to start a business and start putting trucks on the road, they say. The entry-level driver training requirements that the FMCSA implemented in February of 22 focuses on individual drivers. They do not require any sort of new motor carrier to pass an exam of carrier regulations before being given their operating authority. They also want Congress to provide greater incentive for carriers to comply with existing statute that requires truck drivers to be tested for drugs and alcohol following any fatal crash. Now it says, and I thought that is a requirement, is it not? They say right now 40% of regulated carriers actually disregard that requirement, which, all right, let me see here. Let's get a take two. Knuckle Buster, let's try again.
I appreciate you taking me back, Mr. Steve Sommers. I talked to the security guard over here in Salt Lake City. He asked me, "Are you lost?" I said, "No, not really. I got a good idea where I'm going." But he said, "But you're out of Tennessee." And I said, "Yep." So I may be lost this morning. I don't know, Steve. We'll see. But anyway, I amused him with a couple of good truck driver jokes. Other than that, he was all right with it. And I get to go to bed till 10 o'clock in the morning. Trump's right on that supplemental insurance. We had I got Aflac, had it on me in Tennessee mode, so and they paid off well on her death there for getting cancer. So I don't know. We covered everything we had. Had joint names on both of them. Mm-hmm. They can't come out to my house. They can't come out to the car. They can't do nothing. So all they can do is just sit back and smile and grin and bear. That's all I can tell them. They can't get my house. They can't get my car. They can't get nothing. And if you go to the hospital, check yourself in. Don't have somebody sign for you, because then they'll hold them responsible for wanting to pay the bill. They sent me a $200,000 bill for Tennessee, and I told them to stick it in their backside because I didn't sign her in. She signed herself in, so they just had to eat that off.
Wow.
How's your uncle doing?
Taking it one day at a time. He's okay for now. Still trying to get everything lined up. They actually have a lawyer coming out to meet later this morning. So I think maybe we'll get some of that stuff finalized today, finally.
Well, that's good. You got to get all the paperwork taken care of, dot the I's and cross the T's. So you going to be on the air tonight or in the morning?
Yes, yeah, I'll be here. It's actually going to be my mom and the princess that are going to head out there today. I'm not going to go out today.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're not on the air, I can't preload till Wednesday, so I don't know what I'm going to do out here for over 24 hours. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I can sneak in there and get reloaded early there. We'll see.
Right.
You never know. You don't know if you don't go knock on that door and say, "Hey, I need to get the hell out of here. I have no business out here with these Mormons." Well, wait a minute, Steve. I could get me 2 or 3 wives out here, couldn't I?
That's not a thing anymore, is it?
I don't know. Hell, I don't know. I had one wife, and that was enough.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how in the hell them guys put up with 2 or 3 wives. But Tennessee, I love you and miss you, girl, every day. All right, Mr. Steve Sommers, I'll put you popping brakes on this thing and call it a day. Have a good night.
All right, so there you go. Wrapping things up here on a hump day, a Wednesday. Hey, we were talking about this time 24 hours ago. that we had a pretty strong geomagnetic storm going on. Remember, the blind man called in talking about all the interference with the AM and the shortwave radio bands. This morning, space weather says the sun is blowing a gale. Earth entered a stream of solar wind, blowing faster than 1.6 million miles per hour, extending the geomagnetic unrest for the third day in a row. NOAA forecasters say at least a G2 class geomagnetic storm continues here on the first day of October. Continued auroras being spotted among the higher latitudes. Now, last evening we had a strong G3 class geomagnetic storm that erupted. Intense auroras around the Arctic Circle. Vacationing from the state of Florida, this one gentleman was actually in Iceland vacationing. He took some beautiful photographs. The reds, yellows, greens, purples, blues in the mix there. Incredible. And I said, not all the lights in the sky were actually auroras. Many observers also witnessed what they call Steve, a bright mauve ribbon of light caused by hot plasma currents in the upper atmosphere. All right, some photographs of that. I don't know how they name it, Steve. All right, after shooting the Northern Lights for 40 years, it is fairly rare to come up with something new, but last night's Steve showed up and did the trick. Steve is short for Strong Thermal Emission Velocity Enhancement. Discovered by skywatchers in Alberta only about 10 years ago. The phenomenon obviously was surely active long before it was documented in scientific literature. Steve is tricky. It looks so much like an aurora. However, studies show that Steve is not lit up by the same downward rain of electrons that causes the ordinary northern lights. Steve is its own thing, they say. So there you go. The KP index, a bit lower than it was. 24 hours ago, we were at 7.3. So that was Category 3 storm, 5.67. Still listed as a storm, but it's a G2 this early Wednesday morning, first day of October.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It was all about Region 2 in Michigan last weekend. Superfarm superstar Shane Maston continued his domination of the class, while Superfarms were one of 3 classes pulling double duty over the weekend, along with the modifieds and the two-wheel drives. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the new voice of the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The weekend started with hooks Friday and Saturday at the St. Joseph County Grange Fairgrounds in Centerville, Michigan. Jeff Montgomery drove Busted Knuckles to the win Friday night in the limited Superstocks, putting 12 feet on the field. 9 minis took to the track Friday, with Dusty Price piloting Bacon Bits Cruiser to the top spot, putting 11 feet on the field. And rounding out the top 3 in the mini class was Art Mendez with Scratchin' for Traction, taking second, while Triple Play Double or Nothing rounding out the podium. Moving to Superfarms Friday, Kevin McGault slowed Shane Maston's domination just a little on his Green Energy machine, taking it to the win with a hook of 317. Thumpin' Pumpkin with Maston took second 5 feet behind, and Rob Gervin rounded out the top 3 on last call. Pro Stock diesel trucks had the top 5 all within 7 feet. The top 3 were Robert Widman and Boosted going 320, Big Red with Eric Widman piloted to second place, and on top of the hook of 326.37, Christian Koning and the Barn Find. Saturday in Superfarm, Shane Maston closed the gap to only 3 feet behind Green Energy, who once again held the top spot. Maston on Thumpin' Pumpkin again in second, and Crop Doctor with John Silsby taking third. Modifieds had Mr. Twister on top by 16 feet over Totally Fried and Nathan Fry, and 45 feet better than Double Dose Plus One with Wayne Kreider in the seat. Two-wheel drives had Brett Seacrest in third with Nothing Easy About It. Chad Mayhill piloted one of his 2 trucks into second with P5, and Kyler Mayhill putting on Old Blue on top of the field. Moving to Hillsdale on Sunday, we started with Superfarms, a class of 14 tractors hooked, and the top 10 all going over 330 feet, and the top 5 all over 340 feet. Coming in 5th was Stan Warda and Hammering Hank. 4th was Brooke Michael Ferris and Absolutely Nuts. Brooke Harley Ferris had Assorted Nuts going to 3rd place with 344. Green Energy of Kevin McNaught took the 2nd place at 348. And on top again this season was Shane Maston in his home state on Thumpin' Pumpkin going an astonishing 364.585 feet, putting 16 feet on second. Moving to the modifieds, the NTPA sled put the field to work with only the top 3 hitting the 300-foot mark. Coming in third was Kevin Giroux with Wild Times. In second was Caden Fry with Totally Fried for the 2nd time in as many nights. And on top was Scott Tedder from Marion, Indiana, with Mr. Twister going 351.805. The two-wheel drives finished off the hook with a Buckeye taking the win in the Wolverine State. After winning the night before, 5th was Old Red and Kyler Mayhill. 4th was Jeff Webb on Wildfire. In 3rd, it was Brian Grifka with Apple Pie Express. 2nd went to Purdy in the Pink and Hannah Shepard, with Brett Seacrest and Nothing Easy About It picking up the win after an impressive pull of 341.645. Region 2 continues to hook when they travel to the Fairfield County Fairgrounds in Lancaster, Ohio, October 6th. 4 classes will be hitting the track with two-wheel drives, light pro stocks, classic superstock tractors, and modifieds. Get results, schedules, and more at ntpapoll.com. As we wrap up the NTPA Overnight Report for this first week of October 2025, everybody at the National Tractor Pullers Association would like to send a heartfelt thank you to John Dunlap and his many years of service at the National Tractor Pullers Association. For more on the National Tractor Pullers Association, follow us on social media at NTPA or get us anytime at ntpapoll.com, including results and schedules. For the NTPA Overnight Report, I'm Greg Hunter.
And there you have it. Thanks to the new voice, Greg Hunter. The NTPA. There you go. And see what's going on with Scrapyard. What's happening, Scrapyard?
Oh, not much. Just trying to make this trip. Got a hard day today. Got to plan a funeral. Cousin of mine was found in her home yesterday, and apparently she'd been dead 5 days.
Wow!
And a really good human being, Miss Sandy. And but on this space weather, at that speed, it translates out to 445 miles per second that these particles are traveling. You're going to have lots of issues with satellite TVs, satellite internet, things of this nature, propagation of AM signals, be it ham radio, CB radio, all kinds of strange effects. Because the way the Earth's magnetic field is, it emits from the South Pole and wraps around and dives back in at the North Pole. That's why the auroras are usually stronger at the North Pole versus the South Pole. And these charged particles actually make it down into the Earth. They're moving so fast and they're so small, it's like basically an X-ray. It just travels right through. But it imparts energy into our outer core and into the mantle and starts causing a lot of issues with underground pressures on the plates. So you'll start seeing an increase in earthquakes at this time. And like you just mentioned in spaceweather.com, I believe it is Dr. Ben Davidson. I've been listening to him for several years and learned quite a lot through his programs. And he even created a thing called a disaster prediction app. And he has a 98% success rate with said app about predicting where big storms are going to fall and where earthquakes are going to occur, and predicting them ahead of time.
Wow.
But one thing that he's been talking about is our geomagnetic field, a pole flip, which happens, I think, every 11,000 years, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's doing it right now. And that's why there's also health warnings because of the South Atlantic or Mid-Atlantic anomaly over Bermuda. That's why they're telling people if you go to Bermuda, don't stay more than a week. They don't want people, especially if you're real light-skinned, that's one place you don't want to be because it's extra susceptible to UVA and B radiation also, but in that area right there because this pole flip getting ready to happen, that radiation, it's diving down just like it's the North Pole, leaving basically a hole where there's no protection. So that radiation's making it down to ground level. High energy protons, ultraviolet light, and A and B form, also some forms of near infrared. So that's why a lot of times there'll be travel restrictions going to Bermuda.
That's pretty fascinating stuff there. What was the guy's name you said that has these models that he's put together to predict some of this?
Yes, it's Dr. Ben Davidson. He's I think he's up for a Nobel Prize. He's an astrophysicist,
mm-hmm.
and he worked with Dr. Nguyen Gongpa. I worked with him and created this system off the disaster prediction app. And I've been listening to him for years. It used to be, the channel used to be Suspicious Observers. Now it's spaceweather.com, I believe it is.
Okay.
That he's on YouTube every morning. He has a morning report and an evening report. And he knows what he's talking about. So figured I'd pass it along to y'all.
I'll have to check some of that. I'm kind of fascinated by some of that stuff, so I'll check some of his out. Thank you.
All righty. Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. And praying for you and your family, Brother Steve, and all that. And I sure appreciate any prayers y'all got would have for me and mine.
All right, we'll return the favor. All right, Scrapyard, thank you for chiming in. Safe travels out there. All right, Dr. Ben Davidson. All right, news update coming up. Carl has some sentiments on the government shutdown, which is officially underway. More coming up. First, operate on your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Learn more by visiting tel360.com. Final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Far-left interest groups and far-left Democrat members wanted a showdown with the president.
The White House has declared a government shutdown after the Senate voted down 2 competing funding proposals. Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota says blame the Democrats for the shutdown.
The Democrat caucus here in town in the Senate has chosen to shut down the government over a clean, nonpartisan funding bill.
The Democrats' proposal would have funded the government through October 31st. The GOP's would have funded the government through November 21st. The shutdown will furlough tens of thousands of federal employees. Attorney General Pam Bondi pledged a federal crackdown as she sees the nation entering a new era of political violence.
Bondi's warning against extremists targeting federal officers follows a Department of Justice announcement agents will be deployed to ICE facilities nationwide. Bondi wrote in a post on X, there will be zero tolerance for political violence and domestic terrorism. She also warned if protesters so much as touch one of their federal officers, they'll be sent to prison. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
An AI actress is sparking outrage for the ranks of human performers.
The synthetic talent known as Tilly Norwood was created by an actor at an AI studio. The founder of the studio says he thinks Norwood will be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman, and that she is very close to getting a representation deal with an agency. The acting community has called on performers to drop the agency that signs her. Norwood's creator says she is not a replacement for a human being, but rather a creative work, a piece of art. She adds that like many forms of art before her, she sparks conversation, and that in itself demonstrates the power of creativity. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 81 points. The S&P 500 added 27 points, and the Nasdaq rose 68 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The Boeing strike in the St. Louis area appears to be headed into another month as the aerospace giant and union leaders remain far from a deal.
The International Association of Machinists said discussions on Monday did not lead to any progress. Over 3,000 Boeing employees have been on strike since August 4th, with the union stating the company must improve its contract offer. Boeing executives say the union is inflating members' expectations. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Starting tomorrow, people applying for permanent supportive housing in San Diego will be screened for their immigration status.
It would apply to anyone seeking housing support, which includes rental assistance for people with disabilities. The change affects nearly 370 households in San Diego and puts over $7.7 million in federal funding at stake, with existing tenants facing screenings starting in November. The San Diego Housing Commission says it must follow the directive from President Trump's February executive order, which aims to ensure taxpayer-funded benefits don't go to, quote, unqualified aliens. I'm John Fink.
AOL is shutting down the dial-up internet service.
The company, originally known as America Online, announced the end of an era for a technology that once defined the early internet experience. At its peak, AOL had 10 million customers. However, as technology advanced, most users transitioned to faster broadband connections, shrinking current usage down to under 165,000 households. The company's decision will also discontinue the AOL dialer software. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, get that final hour underway. Hump Day. Here it is, October 1. Wow. All right, kick things off this hour. Yeah, word came down about a week ago. I don't think I ever had an opportunity to mention it. The regional less-than-truckload carrier Dayton Freight Lines announcing they'd relocated an Illinois service center, doubling their door count in the local market. A new 32-door terminal in Mount Vernon, Illinois, about 30 minutes from the old terminal in Salem. A little more than an hour away from the major metro of St. Louis, Missouri. Excited about the opportunities that this new facility will bring for the team and the customers we serve. The added doors and upgrades will help us operate more efficiently and continue providing Dayton's difference to the customers. Now that follows the announcement earlier in the month of September that they had opened a new location in Bedford, Pennsylvania. In addition to serving some of the primarily sub-markets like Altoona, Johnstown, Chambersburg, Carlisle, and Harrisburg. Yeah, the terminal extends the company's direct service into Hagerstown, Maryland. Dayton Freight, the private non-union carrier based in Dayton, Ohio, operating now over 70 terminals across 15 Midwestern states, specializing in 1- and 2-day regional service, collaborates with other regional carriers, providing national and cross-border service. More than 6,000 employees, a fleet of over 2,000 tractors, 5,000 trailers, and growing, I do believe. Now, obviously, if you're just starting your new day, just waking up, did they strike a deal before the midnight hour? The answer is no. Yeah, Democrats refusing to pass a stopgap bill that would keep the government running. So we're in a shutdown. There were 2 Senate votes that set the stage for this. The House passed Republican proposal without Democrats funding the wish list failed by a vote of 55 to 45. You had to have 60 votes to pass. Democrat Senators John Fetterman, Catherine Cortez Masto of Nevada, Angus King of Maine, who's an independent that caucuses with the Democrats, breaking ranks to support the bill. Republican Rand Paul of Kentucky opposed it. Then there was the Democrat-led proposal that would have funded the government with their spending priorities, defeated in a 47 to 53 party line vote. Republicans had proposed a stopgap bill that would have kept the government running through November 21. In rejecting that, Democrats insisted that at a minimum, health care subsidies that can be used by illegal immigrants be included in any spending bill. And of course, the Republicans in the White House says no. Now, even before the federal government's authority to spend ran out at 12:01 a.m. this morning, the Department of Housing and Urban Development recognized it as what they called a fait accompli. The radical left are shutting down the government to inflict massive pain on the American people unless they get their $1.5 trillion wish list of demands. The Trump administration wants to keep the government open for the American people, according to the HUD announcement on their homepage. We know many crucial government entities: Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits, military operations, law enforcement, immigration and customs enforcement, obviously Border Patrol, air traffic control, all will continue no matter what. Republican Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming pointed out the fact that the subsidies that the Republicans do not want to extend were actually set up as temporary. They were supposed to end when COVID ended. COVID has ended. Noting that Democrats supported what are known as continuing resolutions without fail during the Biden administration, John Thune said there's no reason for the Democrats' refusal to do so now. They had a choice to make. They can shut down the government and subject the people to the problems that come with that, many of which, I've said, they've enumerated in the countless quotes they've made in the past. The Democrat leader and his colleagues have the same leverage. On November 21st, this was a short-term continuing resolution. That's what we do all the time around here. Anyway, we have until the end of the year to fix the Affordable Care Act credit issue. We're happy, as I said yesterday, and I've said on multiple occasions, to sit down and discuss that. President Trump said Democrats, their wish, will wish they had cut a deal. They're going to rue the day here. We can do things during the shutdown that are actually irreversible, that are bad for them and irreversible by them, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they might like. We can cut programs they might like. He said the Office of Management and Budget Director Russell Vaught can trim the budget to a level that you could not do any other way. I don't know how quickly they can get on those sort of things, but again, earlier this week, the Office of Management and Budget came out and said they're being ordered to prepare for potential massive job cuts in the event of a shutdown. So here it is. Hey, good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I'll get to the government shutdown here in just a minute, but I can't be any more prouder of Pete Hegseth and President Trump about their meeting that they had yesterday with the military generals and all the leaders there. Every once in a while, you got to call a huddle, and if you don't, then you're not going to be on the same page. You're going to be all over the place, And that's where our military was. It was all over the place, doing things as the generals saw fit, especially during the Biden administration. They were doing their own thing. It was kind of like General Milley with his attitude towards the president. He was just doing his own thing. He wants to call up China and do things that he don't supposed to be doing that are totally illegal, and things like warning China if President Trump is going to do something to cause China to be in a bad position or whatever. I mean, that is total treason. And then what we're doing here right now is we're getting rid of the woke policies, okay? And I'm just very proud of Pete Hegseth on this issue. When I was in the Air Force, we didn't have the wokeness that was going on nowadays that I see. And I never even heard today that weird about beards. Men are they're just growing their own beards or something. And he had to mention that in a meeting today, yesterday, about that. And so it's just a point where he has to mention things about grooming standards and this and the other. Something that the military has really gone downhill, all right? Because those are set in stone principles that you're supposed to already know that you're not supposed to do this, that, and the other. You've got to know that you're supposed to be a lethal fighting force.
Correct, yeah. And Carl ran into a bad cell area there, obviously. So, Carl, if you want to dial us back up when you get into a better cell there, I apologize. It is 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, this past day, I guess word comes down that one of those Mexican nationals, among those who were shot last week at the immigration field office there, actually died of his injuries on Tuesday. So that brings 2 killed in the attack. The family of Miguel Garcia Hernandez said he died after being removed from life support. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said he passed early Tuesday. He was 31. Authorities said the culprit, the 29-year-old who fired indiscriminately from the nearby roof at the Immigration and Customs Enforcement building and the van that was holding the detainees in that gated area. They've said this guy hated the government. He wanted to incite terror by killing federal agents, which ultimately he ended up killing 2 and injuring another of the illegals that were in custody of ICE. No ICE personnel actually hurt. Of course, he took his own life thereafter. A 37-year-old detainee from El Salvador was also killed. Stephanie Goffney, Garcia Hernandez's wife, said in a statement that her husband was a good man, a loving father, the provider for our family. We had just bought our first home together. He worked hard every day to make sure our children had what they needed. His death is a senseless tragedy. I don't know how to explain to our children that their daddy's gone. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we'll pick back up there. And, Carl, welcome back.
Thank you for taking my call back. I must have been going through Trenton there, Trenton, Georgia there. It was a bad cell area right there.
Yep.
But getting back to that, we don't have dudes in dresses, okay, in the military, all right? I mean, why do we have to even talk about that? I don't understand. We have to know that there's something seriously bad going on in the military when you have things like that you have to address in a meeting amongst generals, okay? And then he's got to talk about their weight and things of that nature. We're not going to be having fat boys in the Pentagon anymore, okay? That too, all right? You ought to know better. It's either shape up or ship out, okay? That's the way it ought to be, and he brought that forward today. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate him for doing that. That is really mega mega time right there. And I really do appreciate that. But getting into the government shutdown, the Democrats, apparently they just want to lay down on the hill of the immigrant situation that's not going to pass because President Trump knows that's one of his best things to, that's one of his top priorities is to get rid of the illegals that have came into this country by the millions. All right, so we cannot be supporting people who are illegal. We're not going to give them a penny, not even a penny. We're not going to give them a penny, in my opinion. We can't have that. All right, so we're talking about $1 trillion here, you know, for funding the illegal population in this country. I mean, they got to be kidding. I mean, I wouldn't care if they shut down the government forever on that one. I mean, that's just outrageous. I mean, they've got to be kidding. I mean, really, they seriously have to be kidding about that one because they're going to lose the midterms on that one alone if they don't straighten up on that one. In my opinion, I do believe that, and let them go for it. You know, if that's what they want. But they're not going to get this government reopened on any funding for the illegals. There's no negotiating on that. Okay, I mean, we've got to have plenty of support out here to stand behind President Trump on that one. Okay, that just cannot go over. I appreciate you for taking my call, Steve. Thank you.
All right, and I mean, you'd think they learned that lesson in the presidential election. You know, what were some of the key issues that people wanted something to be done about? And that southern border was one of the tops on the list. Why do you think they didn't vote for the supposed border czar who had 4 years to at least try to do something? Absolutely nothing. 25 past the hour. In the state of California, we now know the California Advanced Clean Fleets Rule effectively had its funeral last week before the California Air Resources Board as they wiped out the two largest parts of the regulation that would have impacted trucking in that state. The end, they say, was inevitable. Following the decision by CARB in January to yank the request to the Environmental Protection Agency to grant them a waiver under the Clean Air Act. Of course, under this administration, they would not have got a waiver. They knew that. Yeah, they had long contended that they didn't need that waiver. But in late 2023, when the ACF was on the verge of starting to impact California trucking and pushed by an industry lawsuit, they changed their mind and actually submitted that waiver request. Advanced Clean Fleet's core mission was to concurrently mandate and incentivize a growing percentage of the zero-emission vehicles in the state's trucking fleet. But with the Biden administration not having acted on the request for more than a year, unconfirmed reports held that even the Democrat-appointed EPA leadership was skeptical that the ACF would work. And the imminent arrival of the Trump administration, CARB made the decision to pull that submission back. The formal statement released by CARB last week following their meeting tried to sound as upbeat as possible. They said CARB adds flexibility to truck fleet requirements with amendments to help owners continue zero-emission progress. That was the headline. Now, the flexibility they spoke of regards the requirement for state and local government fleets to buy a growing percentage of zero-emission vehicles. That requirement, because it is intra-state, and does not involve interstate commerce would not have required an EPA waiver. And that has not been withdrawn. But the government fleet requirement that's still in existence was rarely mentioned in the years of discussion of the Advanced Clean Fleet's goal and whether they could actually be met. The focus of discussion was on two key sections, now both of which have been withdrawn. The first was California, called the High Priority Fleets Regulation, which covered fleets of more than 50 trucks. All right, so stick a fork in it. Over and done. And I say hallelujah. That's another victory for common sense. And for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The White House has declared a government shutdown after Democrats blocked a GOP-led bill to keep agencies open. The short-term plan, which was backed by the president, would have funded the government until November 21st, but Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats filibustered it, demanding over $1 trillion in new spending.
As you know, no country can afford to pay for illegal immigration, health care for everybody that comes into the country, and that's what they're insisting.
The Office of Management and Budget says agencies must now begin shutdown procedures, with federal workers facing furloughs and layoffs. Republicans say Democrats are holding America hostage for partisan priorities like NPR and Obamacare. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 81 points. The S&P 500 added 27 points, and the Nasdaq rose 68 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, so where we leave off there? I wondered where you been there, Gilligan. He just, I guess, waking up. Gilligan says, "Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. It's a clear, cool morning at the GMA and BS Enterprises skyscraper, 53 degrees. I'm laid up with some kind of bug I can't shake. I'll be going to the doctor in the morning." All right, everybody keep a shiny side up. Oh, that explains it. Not feeling well. Get well soon. All right, Plowboy joins us this early hump day. What's going on, Plowboy?
Oh, good morning. Oh, not too much, but I think there's a little story behind that. Maybe Gilligan didn't get the funding in the governmental shutdown. You know how them shysters are in that shyster company. He's the head of over in that area, but he might be a little bit worried. But see, the world's still turning, even after the shutdown. We all knew it was going to keep on turning. Now the only thing we would like to let everybody know, pass on to their friends that if you want any education, listen to the Steve Summers, the Hot Shot Secret program. Since Big Bird ain't going to be on tomorrow. Is that right? NPR got unplugged, so Big Bird's gone. So, well, we'll do our due diligence and teach the ones that need a little bit extra teaching. So, Steve, you had a name. You said it here a little while ago. No name. Is that the second time I've heard that on your radio show here in the last 6 months?
The CDL, the driver's license, yeah, I believe it is, with no name given on the license, actually, where the name should be. No name given. How do you issue a CDL like that?
All right, let's go back and look at one. I reported it to you, happened in Arizona back in June. It was a cargo thief ring that they broke up that left Texas. I forget where in the hell it started at. And come to find out the damn license was handed out like candy mints out of the state of, well, you guessed it, I'll help you out, California. There was two names on that particular, it was no name given and the name of diamonds on it. And I forget how many millions of dollars that they had stolen. But now, who in the hell would be the jackass that would think anybody? Does that not? Okay. Who is printing these licenses? Would that not come up as a fly in the ointment if you were at a license bureau? I don't even know how they're, unless it's being manufactured.
I mean, to submit the paperwork with no name given. Hey, that was a New York driver's license.
Okay, thanks for the correction.
Yep.
I thought it was out of California.
Well, there was one out of California, but this
Wow.
one was New York, the one that they uncovered there in Oklahoma last week.
Oh, well, thank you, Oklahoma, and another blue state screws up again. Yeah, Hochul, don't you think you have better things to do, like driver's licenses, keeping everybody safe out here? Oh no, she's too worried about other crap. I seen something here a little while ago. I don't know. I'm going to throw this out there. Maybe somebody like Brother Rambler might be able to push it a little bit better for us. I used to follow a gentleman out of even brain dead might be of help, by the name of Paul Feinbaum. He used to just get on my nerves because he could pull apart the Alabama Tide, and he was in the SEC network with ESPN. He made a comment, and I got to thinking, if that, I got a brain fart, with what Charlie Kirk had going on. Paul Feinbaum said that he got a hold of a guy and leaned on him afterwards. And this Paul Feinbaum, this is somebody, you remember him, Randy used to call the show before he left and went to day shift work. I don't know. I think they might be able to find somebody that would be really workable. But anybody in college and anybody 45 years and younger. Tim Tebow, he said he really, when Charlie Kirk got killed, he said Tim Tebow just was like kept him going during all this crap. And I mean, but it's just amazing when you see all these universities coming up with these programs, and somebody like Tim Tebow, who's out, he doesn't need the money and all this. And I mean, it would be a good step. But I also see where he's even thinking about this Paul Feinbaum is even looking at running for an office, since he sounds like he's a great Republican. He hailed from the city of Memphis and from Birmingham, Alabama, where he does his radio show from in the daytime on sports with ESPN. But now, on different subject, Steve, I seen something. I did not realize how bad it was, and I did not realize all these damn universities had some of this anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian garbage going on. Come to find out, I guess the idiot showed up at the Missouri Tigers homecoming day parade. They were there. I don't know whether they were from the school, transported in, or what. But realistically, I didn't know they were that damn close.
The paid agitators, the paid agitators probably, in all likelihood, coming in from somewhere else. Yeah, the big liberal schools just showing their you-know-what. A lot of things we covered last week about the gathering there at the UN, where President Trump really laid into them. What is the United Nations even for? You're not doing what you're supposed to do. He also set them straight on climate science, trashing what he referred to as the con job. The greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, he said, in his opinion. He told the delegates these dire scientific predictions of global warming were made for bad reasons, dismissing the work of these researchers as politically motivated and economically harmful. He further claimed that many advocates for climate action are stupid, was the word he used, and that global efforts to reduce carbon emissions have damaged economies, particularly in Europe. Now, he framed his remarks in a broader argument that what he described as American energy dominance, praising the United States oil, gas, coal, nuclear resources. He warned that nations relying on renewable energy are headed towards disaster. He singled out the European Union climate policies of what not to do. Do not follow their lead. His position kind of aligning with his long-standing skepticism toward the so-called climate science. Back in his first term, he actually pulled the United States out of the Paris Agreement, you'll recall. The global pact to limit greenhouse gas emissions. Frequently mocked climate change as a hoax or at least an exaggerated problem. Oftentimes citing cold weather as evidence against global warming. In both terms, his administration has prioritized deregulation of fossil fuel industries while scaling back investments in renewable energy, which of course has the environmental groups and the climate scientists that are on board this global warming cult. Got their panties all in a bunch. I believe this was, speaking of the European, if you're trying to get yourself where you're totally reliant on renewable energy, you're going the wrong direction. This is the example I was looking for. There's a massive California solar power facility that was at one time hailed as a renewable energy breakthrough that is shutting down 2 decades ahead of schedule after killing tens of thousands of birds and failing to meet the electricity output goals. What is known as the Ivanpah Solar Power Facility in the Mojave Desert was once the largest solar plant in the world. Built on 3,471 acres of public land, the $2.2 billion project included 3 459-foot power towers, more than 173,000 heliostat mirrors, according to the Department of Interior, launched with $1.6 billion in federal loan guarantees during the Obama administration. They began operations in 2014, an expected lifespan of 30 years. They're going to shut down next year after failing to generate solar power efficiently. According to the New York Post, NRG Energy, the Texas-based company that invested most heavily in the project, said in a statement that Ivanpah has been surpassed by solar PV due to much lower capital and operating cost in producing clean energy. Shutdown operations will commence in 2026. Once closed, the site might be repurposed for PV energy production. The plant's struggles were compounded in January when the utility giant PG&E announced they were going to terminate power purchasing agreements with Ivanpah. They said that would now reduce costs for customers compared with maintaining through the year 2039. That's how long it was supposed to be up and running. They have been plagued with performance issues for years. A solar energist told Bloomberg that Climate Depot that the plant never generated more than 75% of what their planned annual output was going to be. Ivanpah continued to rely on natural gas to operate, undermining their image as the green alternative. Now, this is just another cautionary tale of failed green energy experiments. CEO of the American Energy Institute last week told Fox News, Ivanpah, another failed green energy boondoggle, much like Solyndra. Despite $1.6 billion, and that would be taxpayer federal loan guarantees, never lived up to the promises, producing less energy than expected, but still relying on natural gas in order to stay operational. Now, he predicted we are soon going to be looking at failures of larger magnitude than Green New Deal spending. No green project relying on taxpayer subsidies has ever made it. It is 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All righty, quickly as we head down the home stretch this hump day. What do you say, blind man? Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, I wonder how long it's going to take before the Democrats find a judge saying that Trump can't do what he's doing. This is going to be really delicious because I know that Trump is going to just ignore the judge and just plow ahead.
Yeah.
Now, public radio, we have a station here that Sunday nights they play the big broadcast, old radio shows such as Gunsmoke, Dragnet, X-1, and other old shows. And that station hates it because they can't do their propaganda Sunday nights from 7 to 11 while these old radio shows are being played. And that's been going on for at least 60 years, I think. They started in 64 when the station signed on. And everybody looks forward, to the big broadcast, what shows are going to be played. Miss Brooks was on last week or a week before, and they play some news programs like the end of World War II, for example, or the invasion D-Day. It's really, really interesting. I'm waiting for their megaphone. where they ask people to call in, and there are people who actually give their estates to public radio. Can you believe that?
I can, yes. Yeah, will it to them, yeah.
So anyway, let's see how long the Democrats go looking for a judge this morning. I bet it's going to be this morning, first thing in the morning.
You don't think they're going to waste any time, huh?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Now, WMAL, I can't wait to hear what they're going to say. They have a morning show, and they'll tune in after your show goes off.
Yeah.
And listen to them for about an hour, and then I go to a Boston talk show host who's pretty good, Jeff Cooter. I'll listen to him for a while, and then I'll go to Newsmax and listen to them for a while. And then I'll switch up to Canada and see what the Canadians are up to for about maybe half an hour, see what they're bitching about. Right now, they're bitching about speed cameras.
Okay, all right. So you get the information from all different, and of course, Trump doesn't really have anything to do with it. This is Congress. I mean, yeah, Trump can offer his 2 cents to the Republicans, which he has done. But this is all about, you got a House of Representatives and you got a Senate. You got the separation of powers. It's their job. Their job specifically is to pass legislation to fund the government. What is it, 12 bills per year? When's the last time Congress has passed actually separate? You've got a military spending bill, an agriculture bill, and all the different categories, and they roll them all up into what they call an omnibus spending bill because they can't seem to get one done. You got to load a dozen. And they put it all into one massive piece of legislation, and that's what they rely on over and over again. And time after time, they don't pass a budget. You end up with the end of the fiscal year, which we hit at the midnight hour. Charles, I do believe, what's happening?
Yes, sir. I was just wanting to thank you for putting on your show tonight. And I'm one of them first-time callers that never calls in the radio show. Started out listening to your dad back in 1985. Was getting into trucking and had a dedicated run to Atlanta and back, and asked a buddy of mine how I'm going to stay awake. And they turned me on to y'all's show, and then you started doing the weekends.
Yeah. And
it's just been a long time since the old days of 1070 jet fly, hasn't it?
Yes, 100%. It is. Wow, how about that? Well,
yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, see, I lived in the Chattanooga.
Yes.
I lived in the Chattanooga area and know exactly where Flintstone, Georgia is.
And I did work a very brief stint there at WFLI 1070. WFLI.
Yes. I a little bit barely remember. I think you did like the evenings or something.
On the weekends, I did a few weekend shows. I wasn't there very long because shortly after I was able to get my job back here up in Cincinnati. Yeah, my first job.
Yeah.
Well, I got your number here.
I remember the old day. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, we're going to get you a first-time caller code. $60 for Hot Shot Secret products. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret yet?
Oh, yes, sir. I remember listening to Hot Shot Secret back when they first started, and when I owned my own truck, then I used it in my truck back then, and back in the dinosaur days when they hand bottled it into jugs and slapped on the label and sent it to you.
Yep, absolutely. That was when that worked.
Yeah, I used it in all my cars.
Working out of the pole barn there in Mount Gilead, Ohio. Yep, Chris Kabrolchik and the family, the kids.
Yep.
All right, well, Charles.
He used to drive down to Cincinnati there to pitch stuff.
Yep, sure would. Well, hey, it's great to hear from you, Charles. I gotta roll here because the clock says we gotta go. But first time caller code coming your way. Watch your text messages for that. How about that? That's a great way to end out a hump day morning. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but